Hello. Well, Delboy is going to be with us. He's just got a few things to do, but he will be coming on. So I thought I'd just come on, say hello to you, and yeah, just see how things are. Um, there's Dana here. I'll just Danny. I hope you are all good. I am great. Great. That's really good to hear. Thanks for joining, Danny. Um, well, what have I been watching this week? I might as well start about that. Well, a lot of sort of older things that I haven't really been reviewing. I was watching actually the Twilight Zone. I've got season two, the original Twilight Zone, and I was watching them. They're so easy to watch. You just watch them through, and some great episodes. I know Delboy, it's one of his favorite series, and I remembered it from going way back, Twilight Zone, and absolutely really enjoying it so much. I've just gone through it really easily. So I've been watching that. Also, I've what well I reviewed an historical drama which is coming up on Saturday. It's called A Man for All Seasons. It's from 1966, and it's great. I really like that sort of particular period in time when they were doing all these historical dramas, and you have like this one's about um, Henry VIII, Sir Thomas More. It's very political. It's really good. It's based on a play, and I really enjoy that period of history because it's after War at Roses, aye. 1485, War of Roses ended. And so monarchy was trying to establish itself, the Tudors. And in a way, Henry VIII is all about that. The reason why he wants to get a heir to the throne is just thinks, right, I'll start my own church up if they won't let me divorce. That's what it all comes down to, and then all about political and religious conscience and consequences for that. Because all noblemen and all barons and all that, the kings are still worried about them being threatened by all these people. They they haven't got the power they wish they had, and that's what the whole struggle is about for the next couple of centuries. So that's why there was this feeling that if you had um, a queen, she was going to be weaker. That she would be controlled by all these dukes and barons and what have you. But of course, in a way, that proved exactly it didn't happen because we got Elizabeth the First, even though Mary Queen. We had the Mary Queen of Scots threat from Scotland, and before that, Mary Tudor, who was an absolute disaster, who divided the country. But she was only, I think, about 5 or 6 years. They called her Bloody Mary because she tried to implement Catholicism back, and it just you couldn't do it because everybody had gained so much from it. In terms of those nobility and power. But it's interesting, and that's what I was just going on about. Really, I'm probably more people, but it was done in such a good way, the acting and everything. And I remember watching a lot of these historical films of that period. I really enjoyed them, and so it got me interested in history. It makes a change from all the other things that I watch, all the horror and sci-fi and what have you. Yeah, I watched that, and music, of course, I've still been into music. Now, here's an interesting thing. If you're interested in music, I put shorts up usually every day, like top 5 albums, and this is an interesting. It's almost like a poll on what is popular, and I put U2 up, and I think it got about 4 people viewed it, where all others are getting 400-500 people who actually watch it. Now, is that an indication of how unpopular U2 are now? Are they totally bloated and irrelevant almost? As I just wonder that when people just got so fed up of them, U2. It's an interesting concept that he's become over bloated as Bono. Definitely. Right. Delboy is here, I think. I'm just going to add him to the stage. Oh, can you hear me?
Hello from Space Station Zebra.
Yes. Hello. Thank you for coming on. Yeah. So I know it's been quite a difficult time, I think, for you to say and what has happened, and maybe you'd like to just update our.
It's not a problem. I was going to say,
because I think you should. People be interested to know how you.
All I was going to say was, hello everybody, and the votes are in, and we're going to give Sweden 1 point, and no, that was the other week. I went to the hospital for the results. It's okay. I've got to have what they call a coronary angiogram. Now, I've heard of part of the procedure before, but I didn't know what it actually meant. So most people will probably know they stick a wire up your arm, and it goes all the way through your arm and into your heart, and then they dye your blood, and it where the other scan that they did was just your heart. This one scans the blood that goes into your heart and where it goes out, and they can tell which arteries are the problem. Based on that, they then push sort of a small balloon up this wire, and in the correct artery, and then they expand that, and then they decrease the balloon, and if it stays open, that's the end, all finished with. If it doesn't, then they also push up their stent, which is sort of like a round cylindry piece of either plastic or silicon or whatever it is, something that doesn't degrade, and that keeps the artery open. If that doesn't work, then you immediately go for an operation. What that means is I don't know, but it does mean that for that day, I have to go in at 8 o'clock in the morning. I have to be there for 8 o'clock in the morning. That's to guarantee a bed in case anything goes wrong, because it's basically beds are not easy to come by in a National Health Service hospital. So the only way you can guarantee it is if you're there before 8 o'clock in the morning. And if all goes well, at 6 o'clock, you are, because that's how long you have to be there, 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 at night, you are discharged and you go home. But they insist that somebody observes you for the next 24 hours, because that's the zone where things can go wrong still, where you could have a stroke or a cardiac arrest. So you need someone to phone, the emergency number if they observe in the night when you're sleeping and all of that sort of stuff, something going wrong. That's all I can tell you, really, because that is now booked for the 3rd of June, which is a Monday. And I've managed to secure a journey there and a journey back, which is my brother-in-law, very kindly. And we're just now trying to do the rest of the stuff. Work is well aware that's not a problem. But the staying overnight, I'm in a room that's 18 foot by 9 foot wide. There'd be nowhere for him to sleep and observe me at the same time. And the hospital has already stated you don't need to be observed like every minute. It's just you need to be checked on.
Yeah.
And that's something that you couldn't ask your 83-year-old mother to do.
No.
You know.
Sorry, have you explained what's happened to your mother yet? You said you was worried about, obviously, explaining.
I've told my mother that I need some work done.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I let her believe that I was having sort of like what I believe was chest congestion, type
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
But she knew I was going for tests. So basically, it wasn't too difficult to then just say, look, they found something else.
Right.
And at least they found it. And
Yeah.
I'm going in to have this process.
Yeah.
So she sort of took it in. But it wasn't really a lie what I was telling her. I was just sort of like letting her believe it was more like a common cold than it was
Yeah.
a heart thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's a lot to take in. You think to yourself, wires being inserted, going all the way to your heart. You think to yourself, you're going to get a bloody heart attack just by the wire. Your heart is pumping artifacts and all sorts of stuff around your body all the time. It's whether they're big enough and thick enough to be like a bullet shooting through your body, and then destroying all your stuff. This isn't. It's a wire. It's flexible. It goes up into your veins. Your body wouldn't even know it. The thing that affects me probably more than anything is the thought of the stent dislodging and it then going around your bloodstream, getting caught somewhere else, and all of that, which apparently hasn't happened to anybody else, and they've been putting stents in people's bodies for years and years and years. So, I'm on 2 other extra tablets. One of them is aspirin. That's standard. And I told them about my sleep issues, and of course I've had one today. As anybody knows, I set the alarm now for 7:45, just in case I fall asleep, and that gives me that 15 minutes to get here as fast as possible. It looks like I might have to set it for 7:30 because I needed to go and tell my mum, sorry, I haven't seen you all night, but I've been asleep. And she's okay about it all, but she doesn't like the fact that I say, sorry, Mum, I've been asleep, see you tomorrow morning. What? I see you all night, and I'm not going to see you now for the rest, and I'll see you in the morning. But she's okay. It's like I say, it is what it is.
Well, I always look at it like this. At least when you know the situation, you know what you're facing, and you know it's better than not knowing.
And it's bloody awful. That's what it is.
Yeah. And I always say is everybody, I'm sure, really wishes you all the best, really. And that's it.
It's very nice. I've had some wicked,
and hopefully this might take your mind off, or perhaps it won't.
No, it will. Yeah. Honestly, the only thing that does is work and this.
I'll tell you what, I'll get on with some of the comments so we don't lose any, because you know what we like. But you can't. You've probably not watched that much. I mean, you could talk about your review that you did on Dark.
I watched that the other day, didn't I?
Because Darkman was a very good review. It's something that I didn't know anything about, so it was quite interesting for me. I don't know if other people knew about Darkman.
This came in. That was all that I'd booked for absolutely ages. For some unknown reason, there's been a couple of films just recently that have taken ages to get to me. Have been out for months. This might be one of those extra ones again.
Yeah,
it's come direct from is it Shout Factory or Screen Factory? Shout Factory. I think.
Yeah.
And it might well be that they've sent it to me after stock ran out, and then they had to wait until new stock came in, or people cancelled their orders for me to get mine. It's not a difficult film to get hold of. Darkman is not a particularly highly, I would have thought, sought after, but again, I might be giving it a bad rep, should I say, because it is done by the director of the Spider-Man trilogy, and of course, he's best well known for The Evil Dead.
Yeah, of
So
course.
to have a
Yeah.
4K release of that particular film is probably actually quite sought after. But
Yeah.
Darkman has a history with me. I mentioned it in my video. I hope people will go and watch it. People have been very kind. All I can say to you is that it's amazing what you what you remember about Sam Raimi when you're watching the film, because I remember seeing that film at the pictures, and that film came out after Batman. Batman sort of like paved the way, on how a comic book adaptation should be done. And Sam
Yeah.
Raimi wanted to do a comic book adaptation for years, and he even went to try and get the rights to a comic book called The Shadow, for which he didn't get the rights, so he decided to make his own hero up, called him Darkman. But what he wanted to do as well was do a homage to old pulp crime thrillers or universal monsters of the day. So he looked, his inspiration came from The Invisible Man and Frankenstein and all of that, which is why Darkman is covered in sort of like bandages and has a madness in tendencies like The Invisible Man does.
Yeah.
So I won't say any more, because the only other little snippet that I probably didn't say in there is that what I didn't know was that Sam Raimi, after his success of Evil Dead 2, moved into a house with the Coen brothers and the lead actress of this film, and that he was big friends with John Landis, who did the American Werewolf in London and so forth. And John Landis is actually in the film, as is Jenny Agutter. They're in the background in the hospital scenes and things like that. So it's got a lot of Easter eggs if you don't get around. But it is very much a horror comic book.
I quite like the sound of that.
I mean, Liam, he's covered in scars and stuff. And I don't want to ruin the plot for anybody, but he invents a skin for burn victims. But of course, this skin breakthrough only lasts for 90 minutes and then it dissolves. He can't get it to work forever. And that's the crux of it. So he can act sort of like a chameleon. He can make masks up to look like anybody. So basically,
my son's takeaway.
Yeah, so I'll just explain to the rest. So he can basically make up a mask of anybody. He makes up a mask of the people that beat him up and gave him the scars in the first place, and acts like them to get revenge. So it's a revenge plot of a sort. That's it, really. I'd recommend that people do go and watch Darkman. You will see where all the effects for Spider-Man came from. You definitely will, and some of the scenes and camera angles. So if you like the original, 2001, 2002 Spider-Man, I think you'll get great enjoyment from Darkman. Only Darkman is a much earlier film, but more horror orientated. So it's definitely more gory. That's it. Just explain. That's the end.
Right. Thank you. Yeah.
But if you know what else I watched. You think American Sniper that came through?
Oh yeah, we saw your steel book of that. Was it?
That's right.
On your blog. Yeah.
And I watched a film that I sent Nigel, and I've had it for ages, called The Asphyx. An old 1971 horror type film, like the Hammer horrors. Where this old Victorian photographer worked a way of capturing the soul before you die. He worked out
Robert Powell. Robert
that's
Powell in that one.
That's the one.
I've seen that one.
He manages to capture the soul, imprison it, and if you imprison it, it means that you've got immortality. And he goes sort of like around all his family. You know, he's got a daughter, and there's Robert Powell who's with him when he discovers this. And they all try to sort of like work out ways that you can kill without, you know, but actually not kill, and then grab the soul, and then you're okay. But of course, all of the deaths after that actually happen. You know, it's like you know, coming up with how to kill yourself without leaving a mark on you is probably quite difficult. But I wouldn't say guillotining yourself would be the most ideal one. If that goes wrong, your head's off. So that's not the best way to sort of like capture your soul, is it? It is that sort of film. It has effects of the day, you know, 1971. I do remember the soul looking really quite eerie and horrible for a child like I was when I saw it. It's sort of like a ghosty skeleton type thing, you know, with a blue halo around it. You can see it writhing around, and he's trying to move the light across into a case that he can imprison it in. So that's quite good. Yes, I recommend that one to people. If you're into your old style horror films. I'll tell you what, the only review that's taken me aback this week is as I was watching Rock God, and it must be 2 months or so ago, I sent him a film that, personal to me, I really love, and that is The Man Who Haunted Himself.
Yes, and I saw that.
And he used the words
weird.
This film.
Weird.
Don't go and watch this film. It is atrocious. I don't get it. And all this sort of stuff. So we had a nice conversation actually the other day, and I happened to point out, I said, I'm not. I said, I don't feel bad that you didn't like the film, but the trouble is, I rarely use the word hate.
Yeah.
And he went, did I use the word hate? I said, oh yeah, you were quite sort of like electrified with your dislike of this film. And you said you thought it was pointless. And I then pointed out some of its background, which is that it's an old Hitchcock film called The Case of Dr. Pelham, The Case of Mr. Pelham, which is from 1955. I think it's season 3 it comes in.
Yeah.
And where you were saying that this man was, there's 2 Roger Moores in it, and you just didn't get it, and it was pointless. What you have to understand about this film is that the reason that the car split up right at the beginning is because it's a little bit like that soul thing, that asphyx thing that I was talking about. He was starting to die before he died on the motorway at the very beginning of the film, which is why you see the sports car and you see the old Bentley. And then through the whole of the film, he's haunted himself because what happened was he was supposed to die on the operating theatre. He didn't die on the operating theatre. That was a mistake by the world, you know, whatever astral beings there are around. He therefore is living the life that he shouldn't be, which is why he dresses exactly the same, has the same car that he had, and everything else. And that the other person that's imitating him is going around with newer clothes, is driving around in a different car, because anybody that's died on an operating theatre probably goes through a midlife crisis. When they come out the other end, they go, I'm going to change my life. And how many people that have had a car accident where you nearly died on it have gone out and bought the exact same model and color of the car that you actually did? So the person that's haunting himself is not actually the ghost itself. It's actually the real person, the person that should have lived in the first place. So you've been watching the whole film thinking, what the hell's going on, really? But actually he's the one who should have died. And so when you have the big ending at the end, you see the new Roger Moore at the top in the flashy clothes grip his heart as the car goes over the bridge and all that. And then the pain goes away, and you see him walk away, and it plays the lovely music that's in that film. It's really done by a guy called I think it's Michael J. Lewis, who did a lovely other score called Theatre of Blood. Fantastic film, I think. Roger Moore's favorite film. But if you don't get the story, then I totally get it, because it does seem like, what's this all about? He keeps going to a pub and the bloke, everybody around is turned around and said, well, that was quick. You only went to the toilet 2 minutes ago. What's all this all about?
Yeah.
It would seem a bit clunky and not, but you have to really watch it and observe it and understand the end talk between the two Roger Moores.
Yeah.
Don't get that, then it's a waste of an hour and a half of your life.
Yeah.
So I really love it. I think it's a fantastic film. There's a lot of people out there that really love the film, but I get the opinion of Nige. You know, if you watched it and you just go, what the hell's all this about? But the trouble is, I think sometimes a little bit about what I'm about to say, because I've never turned around and said even to the films that I don't like, it was pointless watching it. Because there's obviously a point.
I hate something. I don't like saying I hate. I never say I hate a film.
Well,
you can't hate a film.
Things, and it was pointless because I've seen no end of films that I've got to the end of, and I've gone, well, what was all that about at the end? But I've never turned around and went, it's a pointless exercise, just in case
I actually
I missed. You know what I mean?
I was going to say, if that happens to me, I tend to think, that interests me. The fact that I didn't get it, because I'm thinking I should watch that again, and I'll go and watch it again. I like weird. Sometimes people think, it's a bit weird, but weird can be a good thing to me.
But I had a chat with Nigel when I explained it to him. He went, and I went, and I said, I'm not upset by it, because I bought it, and it was quite an expensive thing. That film is not exactly like the cheapest thing in the world to buy. I just said the only two words I didn't like were pointless and hate. I rarely use the word hate anyway, and I find most films, really, if you think about it, are pointless. You watch them for the enjoyment of a story. They don't generally have a point. Anyway. But he turned away and he went, I didn't think of it that way. And I went, and I said, that's all it is. If you don't like it, give it away to somebody else, carte blanche. To me, when somebody turns around and says, like Roger Moore, it's my favorite film I ever made, and when you've got so many other friends that you've had a discussion with about it, they turn around and say, oh yeah, I think that was a brilliant film. I haven't watched that in years. I must get round to watching that again, and all of that sort of stuff. Then I think to myself, when I'm thinking about sending a present to someone that might reflect a past, like watching it with your dad or something, then that film comes up, and I just think to myself, maybe that'll bring back some happy memories. Maybe he watched that with his dad. Maybe he watched it. And that was the intent. And I told him, I said, I haven't taken anything offensive by it. I'm sure nobody else has either. I just didn't like those two words. Really. That was it. And he was like, oh, sorry. And we had a nice chat and all of that sort of stuff.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
And he said that he's looking forward to watching The Asphyx. And I said, well, I'm hoping I'm hoping that's more along the lines of the film that you like, because I tell you what, you've watched how many Hammer horror films? You couldn't get a film closer to the way a Hammer
style and feel
film is made.
That,
it's even set in Victorian London. You know what I mean? It's like,
I better start getting through some of these things. Now.
Yeah, I do apologize.
So there's Danny. You saw that. I hope you're all good. I'm great. That was the beginning. And then we've got Tony. Good evening, Ian and Del. Question, I hope you're doing okay. He's here now.
Time last week.
Richard Brown. Have you read Pillars of the Earth? I'm currently halfway through. Set in the 12th century about a cathedral being built, because I was just on about a historical film that I was on that I've been watching this week, and I've not actually heard that. I must admit I don't read as much nowadays.
No, but I've seen the 10-part miniseries of it.
Oh, have you? Well, there you are. Actually, the next Tony says, I've seen Pillars of the Earth, enjoyed it. So what
Yeah.
was that on? What was this mini series? Because it's out.
Oh, this goes back to the days where Sky One was a thing.
Oh right, it's one of. Oh wow, it sounds
Um,
interesting. I mean, the idea of about a cathedral being built, I
well,
like that
actually,
idea.
it's a bloke whose craft is crafting big blocks of stone
Yeah,
into blocks, and he
yeah,
then becomes a person who designs cathedrals. His whole
wow,
family are on the road, because of the plague
yeah,
and all of this sort of stuff, and falls into that job. It's got
yeah.
the bloke from Shane. What's his name? Oh, for God's sake, the one who plays Lovejoy.
Oh, Ian McShane.
Yeah, it's got Ian McShane
Yeah,
in it.
fantastic.
It was
I've never heard
fantastic.
of that at
I'm pretty
all.
sure it was 10
Yeah,
parts. I might be wrong, but I tell you
yeah.
what, it could be even 3 parts of an hour and a half each, whichever way you look at it.
So when was this? In early 2000s or
Mid
uh,
to halfway through the 2000s. Well, I'll
yeah,
look it up. I'll look it up
yeah,
for you. I have
yeah.
got it. I bought it on, I think, a HBO box set, if I remember
Oh,
rightly,
wow.
when it eventually did
Yeah,
come out. Was it? It's called Pillars of the Earth, isn't it?
yeah.
Um,
That
I'll
is
just look it up.
fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, Pillars of the Earth TV series 2010. There you are.
Also, it's not that long ago, relatively.
Yeah, so I said it was about halfway through the 2000s.
Yeah,
I weren't
2010.
far off. There you go.
Wow. How long was the series for then? How many parts?
I just clicked on it and went, oh,
Oh, it's
there we
all
are,
right.
2010. It is. Have a look. Christ, videos, photos, who's in it? It's Ian McShane. Yeah. It has a follow-up called World Without End.
Oh.
The storyline, did you know?
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Did you know? Blah, 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 blah.
Not the year. I mean, not the parts. Yeah. The part numbers.
All right, hang on. It won't take too long. Episode guide 8. There's 8.
8. That's good. Excellent. Right. Let's move on to the next one. Jambon. Evening all. There you are.
Jambon.
Danny, hope it all goes okay for you, Del.
Thank you so much, Danny. And like I say, Jambon's already contacted me.
Yeah. And Tony says, best wishes for your procedure, Del.
Yeah.
And Richard Brown. Oh, yeah, my dad had that procedure. He was fine. Actually, mine did as well. I think mine was in his late 70s. He lived till he was 90. But yeah, he had that. I remember because my mum was in absolute panic mode. And he had that day in hospital. And yeah, I remember it quite well. And it all went straightforward. It's all pretty straightforward. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, Denny, who's a friend of mine, he's done a few broadcasts with me. He turned around and said that some people that are working with him right now have got one in.
Yeah.
And they said actually that their blood pressure also was corrected by it.
Wow. That would be massively.
And therefore, if that's the case, that'll be the first time that's happened because I've had
that would be great for you, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be great?
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why you have to look positive sides of all these things, and that's good. Yeah. Tony York says, I enjoy Man Who Haunted Himself. I knew Tony was. Yeah. Delboy's explained it very well. That wasn't a very perceptive review of The Man Who Haunted Himself by Rock God. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like I said, I'm not gonna turn around and say nasty things because sometimes there are other people that are very, very intelligent that have watched a film and they've destroyed it to death. And then when it's explained to them, it's like, oh, I didn't realize.
Well, you can watch films that you don't like, and then sometimes you watch it again and you think, why on earth didn't I like that before? Or it can be the other way. Sometimes you can be really, oh, this is fantastic. This is the best thing I've seen for ages. Then you can watch it again and think, maybe I was a bit over top there. Maybe it's not quite. So it can work both ways. Yeah, I could. There's certain films though that I could think it takes a lot to change my mind about. It
Yeah,
has to.
what 2001 is it? Is that where
Yeah.
we're going? Is it?
Well,
Yeah.
even Rocky is still,
And that's amazing, isn't it? Because a lot of people would turn around and say, Rocky?
yeah, I
Yeah,
know they would,
what's
but
the dislike in Rocky? You
I
know?
know. Well, it's not disliking it. It's kind of wondering why is everybody so over the top about it. I'm thinking, is it? I mean, the first film. Anyway, I don't want to go into that too much, but
No.
I can see why people like it, and I like it a little bit more now. But it's not something I'm going raving about. But I know exactly why people love it. It ticks all their boxes and all that. But anyhow, so I say to myself, if Arnie was doing it, probably I'd be loving it more. You see, that shows my bias. Arnie can probably do anything, even the worst film possible.
Yeah, but I tell you what, because he doesn't hide his accent or anything.
Yeah,
he wouldn't be able to give, I think, the heart to that film, because I think of him as being the Drago character more than anything, because he sounds just like Russian or whatever.
To be fair to Stallone, I have
Austrian.
got one Stallone film in my collection, and I think it is fantastic, which is First Blood, the Rambo one, the very first one. That I think is an absolutely fantastic film, and
Another Jerry Goldsmith score.
His performance, I can't fault. It's perfect in that film. But there you are. Anyhow, one thing I did give up on this week, the English, a Western set 6-part series, just couldn't get into it. Gave up after a couple of episodes. Quite rare I do that. Yeah, it must have been, if you do give up on something, that does say quite a lot.
Is that modern, that one, the English? Is that one of the newer Netflix ones that's on at the moment?
I don't know. I've not heard of it.
There's so many Western series that have cropped up on Netflix.
It's because of is it the success of that Yellowstone? It set off loads of these.
Well, even then, I think Deadwood is a successful Western thing. But
that got cancelled a few years ago, didn't it?
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of Westerns crop up at the end of that. But what I'm trying to say is, when about 2 years ago or during COVID, a few Westerns came up with weird titles, like 1803 or something like this.
That's right.
And I haven't watched these, and I've heard quite good things. So
I think what's happened is if you've now got Hollywood mainstream actors coming in to do these kind of series, that has a big influence, and that's what's been happening. That you're getting a crossover more, I think, into these series, which is quite a, people really take notice then. Right. Tony says, I have Pillars of the Earth on DVD. I've also seen the follow-up, here you are, World Without End.
Yeah, which I just talked about.
A while afterwards.
Yeah.
And Richard Brown says, favorite James Bond film. I'll let Delboy go first, and I'll give you mine. Mine will be 2.
Yeah, I think I'd have to go down 2, because there are 2 that immediately leap to mind. The first one I think is obvious, and that's Goldfinger. As a kid, I just loved that film, and I love the DB. What was it? A DB7. I even had the little vehicle, the little car with the ejector seat in and everything. I mean, I loved everything about that film. And of course, who can't love a main theme by Shirley Bassey? I mean, you'd have to be the most heartless person in the world to actually not like that. I think when it comes to the favorite after that, I was born in the era where I grew up and Roger Moore was the Bond. Because he was Bond up until what, 85, 84, 85, was it? So I would probably go with The Spy Who Loved Me.
Right.
I think most people think that there is a dividing line of when Roger Moore suddenly became good, because as much as Live and Let Die is a great film, and it's one of the first of Roger Moore's to come out, it became very modern. You know, he's now driving around in a Lotus. You've got the helicopters, you've got all of this going on. It's very much a, oh wow, now the stunt work looks more realistic. You know, you're watching cars being driven around tracks from distance, and you know, you can see how dangerous it actually is. And then there's the, oh my god, it can actually go underwater, this car, and you know what I mean. And you know, and it's the introduction as well, isn't it, to Jaws, which I always thought was a great character when I was a kid.
Yeah,
huge bloke with
I bet you want to.
which made me want to clean my teeth every day, because there's no way am I having flipping gnashers like that. You know, so I think those two come to mind. But there are so many, isn't there? I mean,
There are, yeah.
Even though Moonraker gets such a bad rap, Bond in space is something that you always
Oh,
wanted
it's
as a
great.
kid.
It's wonderful.
You know,
yeah.
Whichever way you look at it, it's very difficult, because I get confused then by what's my favorite soundtrack. And John Barry did such cracking soundtracks.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the best soundtracks is on His Majesty's Secret Service, and doesn't even have one of the best Bonds in it. You know, I mean, it's got a person who played Bond once. That's it. Yeah. George Lazenby. But it's a cracking film. It's even got Telly Savalas in it. I mean, it's a cracking film, and probably one of the most prominent, because it's one that all the other Bond films have to refer back to, because it's the only film James Bond got married in.
Yeah, you're taking all my stuff away.
Oh, well,
it's all right, carry on. Because how are we going to mention that? That's in my top 2. But carry on.
But it's just that I think
yeah, you're right.
All I'm saying is, I think even on His Majesty's Secret Service, you see James Bond at the graveside.
It's fantastic.
So you got to remember, there's about 5 films in between these 2 events. You'd have to go, oh Christ, you have to know a bit about James Bond's history to understand what the hell the beginning of this film's all about. You know what I mean? So that was all I was going to say about that. Really.
I'm just going to say something controversial. The last good, great James Bond film was Die Another Day. I'm not a fan of Daniel Craig, and funny enough, Die Another Day is considered perhaps one of the worst, and it's one of my favorites. But I'm not. Anyhow, I'm just going off on that direction. I love it anyhow. But who can't not enjoy Halle Berry? Yeah. Anyhow, my top 2 are actually. The first James Bond film I saw at the cinema was You Only Live Twice. I absolutely adore that now to this day. It's my favorite James Bond film. And the reason is, I think, is because it's the kind of James Bond film that I like, in terms of you've got the baddies, you've got the base, you know, the volcano, you've got everything in there. You got all the beautiful women. It's on location. It's got space in it, hasn't it? With idea about grabbing the rockets of the Americans and the Russians. And I saw this. I was how old would I have been? Probably about 7-year-old, I think, probably, when I saw that at cinema. And then I absolutely fell in love, because my dad was a great James Bond film, and he was really pleased to get me to go and see that. So, and then the next film I saw was on Her Majesty's Secret Service at the cinema, and I loved it. And the reason for that is I thought the locations absolutely fantastic, the music. And now I don't normally, even, you know, as you know, I've not been a great sort of music person, but that soundtrack, I must have really noticed that theme tune. That it's still one that when now, if I I've got a collection of the James Bond, all the music from James Bond, all the themes that are used, and they use that one, the main theme tune, and it just still, I can still see it now when I hear it. The film, it's that the visuals of the film match in with that
Well,
theme
it's
tune.
it's one of the only
Piece of
only
music.
themes that doesn't have a vocal.
And I would have been again. I wasn't that old, really. I was. Is it about 1969? 66,
Yeah.
69, isn't it? So I was 9 years old. And yeah, absolutely. And of course, well, you know me, Diana Rigg. Diana Rigg. I mean, what heaven sent. I was there. Oh, yes. I was straight in there. You know, I mean, I was a big fan of the Avengers, of course. Oh, what young lad could not be a fan of the Avengers with Diana Rigg. And then to know that she was in a James Bond film, wow, it was like heaven. And as you say, the fact that he married her, and there was a lot of emotional depth in that film, even though he's considered perhaps maybe a bit unfairly, but he's considered perhaps one of the worst. He's considered wooden in his acting, but I've seen it now over years a few times, and I don't think he does a bad job actually. Now I don't think it says. I think there was a reaction because let's face it, Sean Connery. Everybody thought, "Wow, he is James Bond." This was before Roger Moore, wasn't it? So everybody just associate, and therefore somebody else comes in like him. They don't. They're not going to like it. It was not. Whereas Roger Moore, when he became James Bond, he was already liked for The Saint, wasn't it? I mean, The Saint. Everybody said, "Oh, yeah," and they liked him as an actor. He was already onto a winner.
And The Persuaders.
Yeah, and The Persuaders, of course. Yeah, he was already. The public liked him. So it was a natural thing, and
he had an edge, though, isn't it, because of his accent?
Yeah, and also his first
very deep English accent.
Yeah, he was just something special about him.
George Lazenby didn't have that.
No, he didn't. But to be fair to him, now when I watch it, considering all those factors, the film just is a great film, and he is part of a great film there. And I do put it highly. And possibly my third film is Live and Let Die.
Hang on, third film? Bollocks!
Yeah, I just stopped.
Go on then.
Sure, it's all right. But I like. As soon as you saw Live and Let Die, again another one. I keep dropping it in that I saw at the cinema. You saw that film. Hey, the music, Paul McCartney and Wings with that song, and then it's got a bit of the black exploitation sort of influence in it. It's got quite an attractive lead actress, Jane Seymour. It's
Solitaire, yeah.
It's got quite a bit of harder edge to it, Live and Let Die. It's got Roger Moore, I suppose, finding his way already at that first time, but really getting into it. And he's not quite as, the humor isn't quite there as much, but it doesn't matter. I quite like it for being that more a harder edge to it.
Well, I'm actually saying of that particular film is the thing that's missing from it is not any of that. It's I don't think it has the big sets that all the other films have.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I think you're right.
There isn't a big submarine plant.
There is the base, is there? There's the dramatic base.
Yeah, you've got a plantation. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is a plantation. I mean, for goodness sake, that's a house on a hill with a load of plants.
Yeah,
it's not a bloody great big underwater city with a load of fish and bloody sharks going around it.
And Mr. Big is probably not a good villain, is he? I think that's what it's called.
I did like the
Mr.
idea
Big.
that it was a mask and all
Yeah,
of that sort of stuff.
yeah.
You know,
But you'd have thought, in a way, they could have thought of a better name than Mr. Big, but
Mr.
still,
Big. Yeah.
they would have thought that that was quite clever at the time. But yeah, um, yeah. So let's carry on here. I've got a bit more. Tony Hawk. Oh yeah. I bought the Blu-ray of the English. It was set in 1890. Oh, a kind of revenge western with Emily Blunt playing an English aristocrat who goes to the USA seeking the killer of her son. The
Yeah.
premise sounds interesting, and Emily Blunt's, well, again, a good actress, and again appearing in one of these TV things, adaptions.
Mm.
It says, "Did you have the top Trump's horror cards?" Oh, well, I didn't know, but I've seen them. I saw them. They were in SFX, wasn't there? When in my
Nigel
review,
got them, I think. Yeah.
and I never had them. They look great. Did you see them?
Nigel got them. I mean, I had
Wow.
Top Trumps was something that I loved because it was something that you played with in
Yeah.
the playground when I was a kiddie in the
But they had
70s.
all these Hammer horror ones I saw.
That's what I mean. That's what
Yeah,
Nigel's got. He's got
yeah.
the Hammer horror
Oh, they
one.
were great. They look great. And I never saw them. Never on sale. I never saw them on
I always
sale.
had the you know, the more familiar cars, planes, you know, all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
And sometimes I'd get something really beautiful, you know, to me anyway, and that
yeah,
would be like Marvel superheroes, which wouldn't be
yeah,
something on Nigel's
yeah,
plane of anything. Um, and then later on, I've had even computers through the years. You know what I
yeah,
mean? I've had a Commodore 64, a Spectrum
yeah,
over there actually. That somebody bought me a couple of months back.
yeah.
Brilliant it is. You know, I love, but maybe a lot of people don't even know what Top Trumps is. Maybe you want to explain to people what Top
Well,
Trumps is.
I was thinking what I was thinking more of, and this is my contact with, like, I suppose they nowadays call them trading cards, don't they? In a way, they're known as trading
Well, that's
cards.
something totally different.
But when I was young, um, we called them bubble gum cards. I know chopped comes are in packs and you buy them packed, but I'm thinking sorry, my mind jumped, you see, because I was thinking about when we used to go to the shop and you'd have this big it was like a display, and there was loads and loads of these cards all in little packs, and you'd buy them because you wanted to collect them. And the first ones I remember getting were Batman from 60s series, and there was this bubble gum across there, and they were quite expensive as well, because it took quite a bit of your money, but you definitely wanted to start collecting them. And also they did football cards as well. If you was getting into football, you got into same. They'd do the bubble gum, and you'd get all the teams of the old first division. Yeah, so that's, sorry, my mind went off on them. But yeah, the horror trump cards, I know you actually could buy like a pack of cards inside a thing. But I don't know. It was just me. Sorry, I went off.
No, I was going to say that
Yeah,
I
yeah,
count them as two distinctly different things. What you
yeah,
said, I mean,
yeah, yeah,
Top Trump to me was always a card game. It came in a card package,
yeah, yeah,
a plastic card package. Each image had sort of like numbers on it, and you tried to
yeah.
trump the other
That's
person by
right.
saying this. A trading card to me was exactly like you said. It started off as a bubblegum thing. You bought a
Yeah,
piece of
yeah,
it was a stick as well. A bubblegum
yeah,
wasn't like a little square of anything. It was a stick
yeah,
of it, and there were usually like 4 or 5 cards, and they made
yeah.
up a set. And I think they started off as being cricket cards, if I
Y-
remember rightly. They were.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. If you go back even further, they were. There
famous
was
footballers and famous cricketers and all that sort of
yeah,
stuff.
that they were with cigarettes a lot.
Yeah,
Packs of cigarettes had
yeah.
these cards in.
Embassy number 5 or something. You
Yeah.
know.
Or what about PG tips?
Well, yeah, they
Remember
came with them.
the tea? You got these little cards because the other thing, because it brings my interest in history. I used to be going to my mum. Oh, you bet you need to get these tea cards because they do like kings and queens, and you get all the and you could get a book, and you could stick them in the book, which was fascinating. Actually, getting these cards. What's A up? A up. And of course, lollipops as well. I just mentioned them, like Zoom. You get these little cards in the lolly, and the Doctor Who, of course, and the Daleks, and Thunderbirds, and all those kind of things.
So I used to be big on them, you know, trading cards.
Oh, crikey.
So, you know, I used to buy all the Marvel ones, and they look like this, you see. Like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You
Fantastic.
Know, cards. Tons of them. But top trumps. Yeah. Top trumps were like this. And just to show you, look, there's one on home computers. And, you know, basically, the top trumps, you know, they were all computers like that's the Acorn.
Ah, right, yeah.
Let's have a look. Commodore. There we are. There's the Commodore 64. And you have those figures. So when you were playing somebody, you would say, "Oh, I'm going to go with CPU 6510 or something," and then somebody else will come along and say, "Oh, well, I trump you on that, look, because I've got a CPU look, which is a RISC chip, which is faster than yours, so I win that card." And it was pretty much it was as simple as that. But if you can imagine that as a kid with sports cars, fighter jets, army vehicles, you know what I mean? Then basically you understand why kiddies loved it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like so, but trading cards, I was huge into them till the market crashed. The market crashed.
I'll show you this then. This is Brook Bond.
Oh wow!
That?
Yeah,
and this is a full album as well.
Oh yeah.
Look, you see the cards there.
I remember those booklets. Sometimes you had to buy the booklet. Sometimes you sent away for it, and then
you had to send away. And there you can see the cards in there. But yeah, this is a really nice one.
Are they stickers or cards?
The cards, the actual card.
They slotted it.
These are all cards. Yeah,
they slotted in with little little tags that are in the top right hand corners where they slit in.
No, you had to stick these on. You had to get some sort of glue on that.
See, I remember
they didn't do that. They should have. And this
I remember you know how it is when you buy a wedding album and you put your photograph in and you got the corners which flap into. I think the more expensive one had those, if I remember.
But they did all sorts, and I was thinking they did like say the historical ones as well, and space, because being in '60s, space was very big, wasn't it? It was everywhere, and this was before the moon landing. This would have been. This is amazing. Yeah, but anyway,
well, at 5D,
yeah, 5p. That's 5p is quite expensive.
Well, decimalization's what, 1972?
Yeah.
The lunar landing is June 1969.
Yeah, exactly. Which I remember.
You still had shilling and pence even in decimalization from 1973, but
it was a massive event, that moon landing, because what was interesting was at school we followed it. The schools were actively involved in teaching about the moon landing as well. So, you know, we got the whole right from when it blasted off, you know, Apollo 11. But even before that, because we knew we were going to get there, I think Apollo 8 was the first one that went to the moon with men round, and then they came back. They
never landed. Yeah.
And I think we started following from about then, and they just carried on, and it was very exciting, you know. So, and my dad getting me up about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to watch it. Fantastic. You imagine on a little black and white TV, because that's how it was. Very small, they were, like in a cabinet. Fantastic. Anyway, I'm going there. Right. Let's have a look at the next one. I agree with Del. It's a hard choice between Live and Let Die and The Spy Who Loved Me. Really love those theme songs too. When
anybody talks about, to me, on Her Majesty's Secret Service, it's the one where I turned around and said it's the most unusual Bond, because the main theme is an instrumental, but the end theme is an actual vocal with which is a jazz number, You Got All the Time in the World, which is a beautiful song.
Yeah,
but everybody calls it the theme to that film, and I'm going, no. The theme to that film's an instrumental.
Yeah.
And so I'm always in two minds when I'm talking about it. So just because all the others had a song doesn't necessarily mean that you know, that film also has a song, you know, but it does. It has one at the end. That's all. It's just a pertinent one at the end, you know, because he doesn't have all the time in the world, does he? That's the whole point. There you go. That's all I wanted to say, really.
This one, Jambon says, I liked Man with the Golden Gun the best. Good old Nick Knack. Yeah, we know Christopher Lee. Lee.
I always wanted Christopher Lee to turn around and go, "It's the plane, boss. It's the plane." No, not Christopher Lee, but Nick Knack. I wanted to see Nick Knack say it's the plane, but you know, but he didn't happen. But Christopher Lloyd with the 3 nipples. Yeah, weird. Yeah, that one.
I'll tell you what I think.
Apparently, though, he was the only one who knew Ian Fleming well. You know, they went to.
Because Christopher Lee's got quite a history. He was a war hero, you know.
Yeah.
Did you? I don't know if you've heard that story. They went, I think, somewhere in Eastern Europe, like when there was a lot of filmings, and when he arrived at the airport, he was getting like a hero's welcome. Apparently, wartime, he'd been involved in like helping the resistance. He was involved in like Secret Service, that kind of things going on. It's amazing. The more you read about Christopher Lee as well, he's just amazing character. And he's interested in heavy metal as well. And there's all sorts of wonderful things about him that you perhaps wouldn't expect. I was just going to say, I think perhaps the worst Bond film for me, classic Bond, I won't count Daniel Craig, is Sean Connery's Diamonds Are Forever. It's just such a letdown as a film. It feels like he's not interested, and it's true, he's just doing it for the money. And that's really such a letdown, really is. Especially as I think I love Sean Connery but I remember watching it at the cinema, and you could see fans were just thinking, he's not good at all. Richard Brown, Dino Rig from Doncaster. Hey up. Yep. Doncaster. Yeah.
Hey up, Chuck.
Bayek lad. Dino Rig. What a great actress, though. What a career. She was a fantastic actress. Jambon, I saw Brett Eklund in Rotherham. we are getting him out, aren't we, last week at the UK HorrorCon. She's a real class act. fantastic. That is great. Rotherham as well. Oh yeah, we're really knocking it out now. Yeah, fantastic. I bet that's a really good. Of course, Brett Eklund. Of course, the Wicker Man. I can imagine.
Oh yeah.
That's what people would be talking about. But they used a body double, didn't they? That's not her, the naked body, is it? Apparently. And then Rotherham, my hometown, is it? Oh, by heck. There you are. I enjoyed the humour that Roger Moore injected into the part. Yeah, quite right. He did. He added something to it. Tony Hawks. I had top trumps for cars and tanks, possibly more, but I forget. Oh yeah.
The other thing that I at the same time as Top Trumps was coming out, there used to be a little comic. It was very small, not like a big comic, and it was called Commando.
Oh yes.
And it very much was a very thick sort of like comic, like a book, but it was small, so so it only had a few little panels. And that used to come out every 2 weeks. And I used to go at the numbers and used to turn around and say, "What issue is this? 1018, bloody hell!" And it was only later on that I found out that after a while they repeat the stories. But I used to love buying that. It was always something like 8 or 9p or something like that. Yeah, that's it. Little booklet. See what I mean? It was great. It was about 8 or 9.
Got a lot. Quite a few.
I used to love those. I've got a few, but not many.
Yeah.
But then it was always the numbers that bewildered me. Tell me what number is on the front. Did it say issue number 1018 or 2000?
These have got like 4,432. That one.
I mean, how many times can you turn around and say, "I tell you what, Batman's not up to issue number 4000 and something"? I can tell you that now.
Mal, this is interesting. I didn't know that they did this, but look, they do sort of nights and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And this is my favorite, of course. I love Napoleonic. I was really into Napoleonic stuff, battles and all that.
Yeah.
Napoleonic, and then this is interesting because they did like some horror ones here. We've got like Night of the Gorgons. Look at that.
Yeah.
Night of the Gorgons. I love it. And then another one here. Frightful Tales. Aren't these great? Absolutely love these. I just picked these up. I think it was in a charity shop.
Yeah, they'll always. There's so many of them. I mean, you can see there. It's like issue 4000.
Cheap. I think he only charged about 10p in a charity shop for these.
But you'll never. You see, if you pick up a couple, there's no way that you're going to be able to buy every single one of them. There's 4,000 of them to collect.
They're really nice. The quality. It's really good, isn't it?
It's like I said, it's like what a lot of people don't know about them is that after a while they repeat the stories.
Yeah,
so basically they just reprint. So you're buying the same thing twice, really. So
I really like. I think it's great. Fantastic. Yeah. So if you've seen any charity shops and you see any of them, just have a look. They're worth picking up.
That's part of my childhood, anyway.
Yeah. But they did loads, didn't they? Of I think they did westerns and stuff like that. And these little books.
The comic book history I could go into for I won't.
Yeah.
I could go in.
I know you know a lot about all these comic stuff.
I mean, obviously Marvel was big on.
There's if I know it's not something you might do think of, but consider sometimes of maybe doing a video about comics and talking about your collection.
I've done bits, but it's mostly around my favorite artist. really.
Yeah.
Like character, but
try and if you could do sort of a general kind of one that might just get people drawn into sort of history and that about comics. But anyway, sorry. Just giving you ideas for your channel. Oh yeah, Caroline Munro. Yeah, she apparently still does a lot on these comms going round. She's very much involved, and plus, she was I think in one of the I don't think it's called Horror Channel now, but there was a section where she introduced these old horror films.
No, she's on Talking Pictures every Friday.
It's called Talking Pictures. Yeah. She's still very much
involved. I think it's a movie drone type thing where
she
talks about 2 horror films that are going to be shown, but it's almost about going to the pictures and watching. It's like getting your ticket. They always ask her a question like, "What was it like working with this person and that person or whatever?" And then she'll talk about the film that's on tonight and the link between the two and all of this sort of stuff. Caroline Munro, she's still filming. She did a film done by a director because I was in a film. I was in a film called The Zombie Apocalypse. It was filmed in my hometown. But the director of that did a film called, what was it called? Zombie Rabbits or something like that.
Oh, that's a great.
And she was in that. She was like a witch fortune teller type person.
Oh, great!
I love to have been on that set. Unfortunately, I was on a zombie set. So
there you are. What stardom? Stardom comes to us all.
No, I always wanted to be an extra in a film, and it just happened.
Why not? I think it's great.
It just happened that they were filming in my hometown, and everybody in my hometown basically applied.
Yeah.
And we all were in it because you needed thousands of people to dress up as zombies for the end scene where they all went through our hometown and they all had zombie costumes on.
Fantastic. Lovely. I like that. I'm sorry, I missed one here. This is Stephen. Hi guys. Have you seen a film called Star Crash? I can't. Have you seen anything called Star Crash?
That's the one with Caroline Munro in it.
Ah. Right. Yeah. And then I used to own all the Star Wars cards. I think there were 4 colors you had to collect: blue, red, green, and yellow. Yeah, they'll be very collectible now, the sort of early ones, I imagine. But I'm a bit old. I was a bit old doing other things probably by then. I remember PG tip cards. I had quite a few. Yeah, it was, there was, as I say, Thai food tea also did footballers. So you'd get these big footballers. So my mum was not very pleased with me because I'd be saying, "Oh, we've got to get PG tips," and "Oh no, we've got to get Thai food tea." She won't very tea because she'd be saying, "Hey, now we'll be saying, where's Yorkshire tea?"
Well, they didn't have the cards in them, did they? So,
no, but they don't have cards at all in tea now. Oh dear. Chris Quilly, Dolphin subscribers job, SeaWorld, working job, subscribed.
Is that an advert?
I don't know.
I can't tell from that, but it looks like an advert.
I don't know.
SeaWorld?
SeaWorld.
Chris Quilly, Dolphin subscriber job.
I don't know. Anyhow, Stephen Moores, I watched on Her Majesty's Secret Service the other night. I still say it's one of the best Bond movies. Shame George Lazenby only did this one. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see him do another one.
Do you know
Definitely.
do you know what film he? Well, it's a TV film at that. Do you know the TV film where he recreated the character of James Bond?
No, what was that?
It was The Return of the Men from U.N.C.L.E., the 20-year later affair.
Oh,
The 20 years. So they tried to bring back the Men from U.N.C.L.E., so it's called The Return of the Men from U.N.C.L.E.
oh right.
And it's 20 years on, and they're going through Vegas, and there's a vehicle in it. It's a DB7, and it's got the number plate JB, and the person that's driving it is George Lazenby.
Oh, that's a joke, isn't it?
No, and it is actually George Lazenby, and it's
Yeah.
driving around,
Wow.
and it's got the number plate JB for James Bond.
Wow.
It's legitimately in it.
Wow.
It's
Well,
a TV film. It's got obviously David McCallum.
I've not seen that one. I remember a lot of those Uncle films were very light-hearted. They were a lot of humor in them, wasn't there? As I remember.
But this was a legitimate. This was a legitimate.
Yeah.
A legitimate film that was supposed to start off another series of the Men from U.N.C.L.E.
Really?
But it developed into just being a TV comedy, hour and a half.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
And it ended there. But it's absolutely. It's got to tell you what, they redid the main theme to the Men from U.N.C.L.E., which, by the way, is done again by Jerry Goldsmith. But not this new one. This new one was by Gerald Fried, I think. And the score, I'll tell you what, the main theme was really pumped up. I mean, it's the best version of the Men from U.N.C.L.E. theme that I've ever heard. Absolutely fantastic theme.
I've not seen these Guy Ritchie remakes. Are they very different in tone and music?
There's only one, isn't there? There's only one U.N.C.L.E. film.
Is there? There's only one.
By Guy Ritchie.
I don't think I've heard much about them. That's why I
watched it and went. I watched it and went, nothing like the TV series that I remember of.
Yeah, so it's not even related in theme or anything.
Not that I remember.
No. Actually, I've not seen these Sherlock Holmes films either. But
those are all right.
Are they all right?
They're all right.
Right. Chris Quilly, person, blue wheelchair race. Chris Quilly. Oh, I don't know about this. Is this?
That's an advert. It's got to be an advert. Isn't it?
Do you think this is a spam thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think this is. There's another one. Yeah, it's one of these idiots, I think, that's just coming on. Stephen Moles, I never liked Thunderball. Never Say Never Again is better. Oh, do you know that I haven't seen Never Say Never Again, which I know is atrocious not to have actually seen that. I don't know. I've got no opinion on Never Say Never. What's your opinion on Never Say Never Again?
I watched it. I saw it at the cinema, and I never understood why they brought him back, because it was like, at this point I was going, well, Roger Moore's well established. Why are you bringing back Sean Connery into the Bond? But of course, it intrigued me because it's modern. So of course, you're seeing now sort of Sean Connery as Bond in his later life, with the vehicles and spy sort of like gadgets of the era that Roger Moore's in at the moment. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
And of course it has. Oh, what's her name? As an actress, what's her name? God, she was in 9.5 Weeks, weren't she?
Oh, Kim Basinger.
Yeah, it had Kim Basinger in it.
Oh, I didn't
so
know
that was another reason why a young lad like me was.
Well, go say 9.5 weeks. Everybody was on 9.5 weeks.
But at the end of the day, the other thing about it was there's a very, very well-known scene where they're playing a video game, and it's in 3D. It's with planes.
Yeah.
no, it wasn't with planes. No, it was thermonuclear war or something, and you had to fire
Right.
missiles, and it
Yeah.
had this sort of like vector graphic-y type
Yeah.
shield thing, and you had to hold on to the sticks, and if you didn't hold on to the sticks, you failed or something like that.
Yeah.
I remember that, and all of that to me was at a time where I was into computers and everything, so
Oh,
it
right.
had a
Yeah.
lot of things for me to like, but as a Bond film, it's poor. It's
Yeah.
one of those ones where that's not Bond at all.
Mm.
But if you look at it from a Ian Fleming book point of view, Bond has to at some point age, and
Yeah.
you have to see him as the agent he used to be, but he's
Yeah.
still trying to do the things he did as a young lad,
Yeah.
which he can't do. So it makes perfect sense as a book.
It's an interesting idea, actually, examining that as well, isn't it? Really, looking
You
at
know
an
what I mean?
aged Bond.
At some point,
Yeah.
when people are watching a Spider-Man
Yeah.
film, you got to ask yourself, if he's still doing this at 50, what would he
Yeah.
be like? I
Yeah.
mean,
It's an interesting question.
I mean,
Same with Batman.
he
Any of
can't have
these
the same reflex.
heroes.
His
Yeah.
physique will be
Yeah.
starting to shift. It will be
Yeah.
more hunched over, and
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Right. Richard Brown, do either of you have a favorite network DV series or film?
Go on then.
I'll let you go first.
What does it mean with the hard ones?
No, I've already know. I know what my film.
All right,
is.
we've had this question before, and I've always said it's one of the hardest things to answer because there are so many network TV series. But if I had to choose one, it could be, I don't know, The Prisoner. It could be Randall and Hopkirk Deceased. But it could also be the comedies like Man About the House, George and Mildred, all of those, because they're all network. And you could even go down the route of Sapphire and Steel for science fiction. It's very, very difficult. They even dabbled with bringing out the Jerry Anderson stuff, Space 1999, UFO, Captain Scarlet. Although I think they now distribute their own DVDs since Network went bust. They put them under their own label. As a film, that's probably even harder. But I must admit, when it comes to Network, I enjoy the TV side more than anything. They've done a number of Hammer horror films releases. Network. They've for some unknown reason they had a couple of those. And I think the Carry-Ons were under the Network label as well for a period of time as well, the Carry-On films. So anything that's a series of films, I think, gets my... I think That Man Who Haunted Himself is a Network title, funnily enough.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So
that you can use that as your film.
I love the question, Richard. It's just that wow, what a hard one to answer when you're a person that's got 3,000 or 4,000 films and TV series. To say what's your favorite.
It's an amazing catalogue.
We're just so glad that they're starting to come out the other side. That somebody's bought some of their old stock and coming out with a new label. So
Incidentally, I'd like to plug this again. Is Jim Jam put out a video this week of his network comedy. It's part one of his network series, but the comedies, I was looking at them and thinking, wow, some great comedies there. But to get to let's have a look. Films is Things to Come. It's just such a amazing film. Things to Come. That's the 1936 H.G. Wells scripted film. It's a science fiction classic, which people don't talk about enough. I don't think so. How way ahead it is. It's an amazing film. I love it. And then to pick another one, because it's from one of my favorite actors, is Seance on a Wet Afternoon. Richard Attenborough's in that, and what a performance! In that is absolutely. There's so many. You could name loads of performances. he's somebody that I just think he's a great actor, and turned out to be a great director as well. But yeah, so and the series as well. There's so many you just mentioned. So many. I would just say personally, I love the Captain Scarlet set because it's Captain Scarlet is my favorite. It really is, and of course the Prisoner. What a series! It's funny because the Prisoner. I think a lot of people do know about the Prisoner. They hear it mentioned, but perhaps don't have actually seen it. But it's one that it is known about. But really, it's an amazing series. And if you haven't seen it, I would advise people to watch it because it's something really special. Not mind you, everybody wouldn't follow that. They'd think it may be too weird, particularly the ending and some episodes where like there's it's like there was a very clever episode they did because he was filming Ice Station Zebra. He couldn't get back to do this particular episode, so all they did is they just put another actor in as number 6 and did the story there. And all they did was just record something. I think it was a bedtime story or something he was reading to a child. This is the kind of sort of areas that they would go in. It was a series that was just absolutely wonderful. There's nothing like it. I think when you can say that about a series, that there's never been anything like The Prisoner, then that says a lot. Because even great series, you can think, yeah, it's a great series, but there are things similar to that.
Yeah.
Prisoner, I don't think there isn't anything like The Prisoner. And that's why
it was unique. It was unique at the time and never bettered, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I think that's why it's talked about a lot. And it isn't people who have heard of it, but perhaps wonder about it. I don't know whether it's available on YouTube or anything like that. If it was, anybody who's seen it, go and have a look.
I was listening to what you said intensely, but the one thing I was doing was I was doing something for you back then. I wanted to know whether the company that's bringing out the network stuff is actually marketing now.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything big that says, "Oh, from this date we're bringing out the back catalog."
Yeah. I've not heard.
And the World at War is actually out now on Blu-ray, and you can get it, and there's hundreds of copies at Amazon, and it's under the new label. So they now have those. They now have those.
How much is it?
£45.99 on Blu-ray.
That is excellent value.
The complete series with slipcase. With a
wow. Yeah. I might definitely have a look into it.
I just thought I'd check that out for you.
So. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's my birthday coming up soon, so I might treat myself. Something like that.
Yeah. Let's broadcast that out. Let's see if I get some subscriber mail come through.
I didn't say when it was though, but anybody, but you'll know when it is. You'll know the day.
I've had one subscriber. I hate the word subscriber mail, and I'm going to tell everybody here. Anybody who's ever subscribed to me, right? I hate the word subscriber mail.
I resent. I don't like you using that term. It's never subscriber
just
mail.
What it is I consider all of everybody that's ever with me as friends, right?
From people.
Now, if I ever met any of you guys in a pub, I wouldn't say, "Here's a subscriber pint, mate."
You wouldn't, exactly.
Right? I'd just be buying a pint because you're a mate, right? You're a gift,
exactly.
That sort
That's
of thing.
what it is.
I hate that term because it makes you sound like you're a fanboy. I'm not a fanboy to anybody. I bought something because you were sad and I wanted you to be happy. So I thought if I get you this, it might cheer you up. But to then have somebody go, "Oh, and I got subscriber mail," and I'm going,
"Yeah, I know." But they make a big thing in terms of saying that subscriber mail, and I don't like it. and these really big channels, it's I don't like it because they don't seem grateful. If
Oh,
anybody sends me a gift, I'm just so great. I can't believe that they've actually done it. I think it's a really nice thing, and it shows that your channel is doing what it, that people really appreciate it. But you don't
I'm very big on sending my friends a gift, right?
I know you
People
are.
who know me knows that I've sent
Rock
no end
God.
to Nige, I've
Yeah.
sent no end to other people. I've sent them to Denny, I've sent them to but I do it because they phone me up and they said, "Oh yeah, I'm having a bad time" or whatever, or they've been on the internet and they said, my wife's going through this, that, and the other. From my point of view, I'm buying something to say, look, whenever it touched me when you were talking about your dad, and I remember I watched this with my dad, and I thought, well, do you know what? I'll send this to you. Maybe it'll bring you back some happy memories, and that's the reason for it. Well, I don't think anybody has the intention to show off anything, like, oh, look what somebody sent me. Look, I'm so important. I don't think any of my friends do that.
No,
but the thing about it's just that I don't like the word subscriber mail.
No, I don't.
It's like I've got a program, and I'm therefore reading out the mail from a TV show like Tiswas or Swap Shop. I ain't that big. I'm just a small guy, and I've got a number of friends, and sometimes my friends really want to cheer me up, and they've sent me something, and I wanted to show gratitude, and I think that's where it all came from originally. It's just then turned into a YouTube recognized thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you totally. Oh well. Anyhow,
saying that, anybody that wants to send me a new car, or whoever wants to buy me
a new
55-inch OLED TV, I'm very welcome to review your product and give you a good review.
Oh, what you could do is get somebody to build all these shelves in your
if you've got a new shelving unit,
all the shelving, so that you can display your collection rather than having it in the blooming garage.
I need one of those BBC programs that do your house out.
Come and do a big,
can you make this room full of shelves so I can just
that's what you need. So there you are. Any shelving people want to advertise the shelving.
Stuff Titchmarsh in his garden, right? Can you come in and just do this whole room out with shelves? And then so I can put this He's been in one of my all-time years and years.
The joy it would bring.
You can display my kit everywhere.
And you can keep putting adverts on for the shelving company.
and then next week I'll be on Homes Under the Hammer.
Or cash in the garage, not in the attic. Cash in the garage, so you'll get people breaking into your garage and saying, "Hey, we can sell this." Yeah, even if you don't want to.
All I want is the GPS position, the address, and that's it. And then I know exactly where that cash is in that garage, and I'll be bloody around there, and I'll be nicking it.
Yeah, I know. We better not talk. We'll have people patrolling your neighborhood, looking for the garage. Yeah. My dad, this is Richard Brown, was a Royal Marine, and he used to read Commando magazine. Wow. Yeah. Excellent. And why not? It's excellent. Tony Hawk, I had some of those small war-themed comics, Commando, and possibly other titles. Never knew they published any other than World War II based titles. I didn't until I started looking around these charity shops.
There was an Amazing Stories one, and I think there was a hospital one. I'm trying to think. They did about 4, and that's because they came out every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So they wanted to do 2 books on one week and 2 books the next week, an alternate. So that when you bought your Commando, you'd wait 2 weeks and there'd be another Commando. But in there'd be another 2 books that they came out with. And one would be an Amazing Stories or a science fiction thing. Then the next 2 weeks it'd be the same Commando and whatever, and then in 2 weeks it'd be the same science fiction. And you then, if you bought the range every week, you would be buying 2 comic books, and that meant that you bought 8 in all for the whole of the month. So, well, depending on whether it was a 5-week month, of course. Yeah, big thing.
Oh no, we've got that troll. The troll. I'm just get rid of that. Yeah. Oh yeah, we are right. Some of the week's watchers. No Sex, Please, We're British. Yeah. God, it's a long time since I've seen that one. 1973 with Ronnie Corbett. Yeah, Arthur Lowe, Susan Penhagen. Very enjoyable farce, similar to Carry On. Final Countdown 1980 with Kirk Douglas. That is a brilliant classic time travel one. I bet you've got a steelbook of that. Is there a steelbook?
I think there is, but I haven't got it. I've only got the normal Final Countdown.
I'm surprised. Yeah, it's a great film. That great film. Stephen Moles, have you seen the slashers Laid to Rest and Laid to Rest 2? Chrome.
I can tell you now, I haven't.
I haven't. No, I haven't.
I can tell you
recent?
Right
are
now,
they American, Italian, British? Yeah. Just let us know what they are. That'd be interesting. Seen Laid to Rest. Isn't that Killer Undertaker? I don't know.
I haven't seen it, so I can't see
it. Some weirdo with a silver mask. It sounds good. Yes. Not sure if he's an Undertaker though. Yeah. Tony Hawk. Who is Chris Quigley? Yeah, I know he's been popping up. I think hopefully he's gone now, and probably.
Well, if he doesn't, then basically what we'll do is we'll have a chat afterwards, and if you can give me some administrator privileges, or one of the people that's a regular, they can basically block these.
Yeah, I'll have a word with you about that, because I never thought we'd get it, but you do, don't you?
Hey, must be getting popular.
Yeah. Because I didn't think anybody would be taking any notice of us.
Yeah.
But is he Dennis Quigley's?
No, is he Dennis Quigley's son?
No, yeah. Richard never thought of that. Yes. Well, hopefully not. He's the new Bond. The name's Quilly, Chris Quilly, licensed to spam. Yes. Yeah.
Do you know what? Every time I hear that word spam, I go, baked beans, sausage and spam, spam,
spam. Brilliant. I love it. Next. Steve Moss, I watched Trouble with the Curve starring Clint Eastwood. Good
not
film.
A lot of people. I'll tell you what, not a lot of people talk about that film.
So what period of Clint Eastwood is that? Is that a later one or a?
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how you want to call late, because he's still directing.
Yeah. Is it one in 90s or?
Yeah, I think it's very late 90s or very early 2000. In fact, I'll look it up because it's been a long time since I've seen that, and I think it's before all of that Cash Mule and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But I saw that at the pictures.
Right.
I really, really liked it. Yeah, 2012 film.
Oh, it's quite later then, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. It really is. It's weird because not a lot of people watch a film with someone like Justin Timberlake in.
Oh, he's in that, isn't he? Yeah.
You know, but I mean, you can imagine Trouble with the Curve is baseball themed.
Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't. I had no idea.
You know, but it's not like Major League or anything like that, which are jokey ones, or Bull Durham, which is a bit more drama. It really is about an old sort of like person who goes around looking for talent, for
All right, yeah,
that sort
a scout kind of thing.
scouts, yeah,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. So it's not a Bad News Bears. I remember the very first baseball film I ever saw was the Bad News Bears with Walter Matthau. Where he taught kids how to play baseball. The little league.
I must admit,
I
I've
love
never
that. I
seen
love that film as a kid. Nobody talks about that much anymore. The Bad News Bears, yeah, flipping out.
Yeah. I've heard the name, but I've
well, I love Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon. If you have those two
of
together,
course, they were a double act together.
You put those two together, and it's just like gold.
Yeah.
But Jack Lemmon, I always thought was the better of the two, but that's to give Walter Matthau a disservice because Walter Matthau was equally as good.
Yeah.
And not a lot of people know that those two actors, although independent from each other, were in the film JFK along with a load of other actors.
Yeah, and
they had cameo roles.
Yeah.
And you just think to yourself, really? Jack Lemmon's in that? Walter Matthau's in that?
Yeah.
How can you have John Candy in the JFK film? I mean, it's like, what?
Yeah. There you are.
And those two people, Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon, it was blink and you miss them for those two.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But the best drama-fied later Jack Lemmon film that I saw was Glengarry Glen Ross.
Yeah.
And the 12 Angry Men remake.
Oh yeah, 12 Angry Men.
It was the remake. Jack Lemmon played the main role of that.
Was it Henry Fonda in the original?
Henry Fonda was in the original 1950.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And when somebody turns around and says what remake is better than the original, I say, well, it's although the 12 Angry Men that came out in the 80s and 90s with Jack Lemmon is good. It doesn't beat the original, but I tell you what, it's darn close.
Yeah.
Darn close.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah. That's my little talk over with.
Yeah. So the Clint Eastwood film.
That film I think you'd like, but it's one of those films that you'd watch on a Sunday afternoon type thing.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Tony Hawk. I saw Jim Jam's video of his network comedy collection. Never the extent of their catalogue. Yeah. And I don't think he's got all of them. I think he's touching the surface. I think there's a massive amount, a lot more. He did have a lot, though. He did have a lot of ones.
Well, I mentioned Jim Jam this week on my channel, and Denny went. He said, "I didn't know." Denny didn't know that he lived very near him, so he subbed him as well. He said, "I might even try and get in contact and go for a pint with him."
Yeah. Oh,
they live virtually in the same city, so they
yeah. Stephen Wells, Tony Hawk, yes. Stephen Wells, one of my favorite horror films starring Christopher Lee is Horror Express, All-Star starring Telly Savalas. Brilliant. Absolutely love that one. Yeah, I've got, and of course, Peter Cushing is in it as well. Great film. Absolutely wonderful. Danny Jukes just got Jack the Ripper with Michael Caine on the new studio Old Gold Media, and as is linking up with what you were saying about them releasing these titles.
No, somebody mentioned about it, and I just thought to myself, not Danny about this. It was somebody mentioned it
that Jack the Ripper one is one that a lot of people talk about.
Well, I said, that's one that I said that I'll. So after this, I'll probably be ordering that.
Yeah,
depends on the price, of course.
Yeah,
but I just remember you turning around and saying if that ever comes back and the World at War is actually a box set that you can actually go, you'll get it. So I just looked and I went,
I was just thinking about it. Yeah,
you can get it. Yeah.
I mean, the fact is that's pretty good price for a Blu-ray, isn't it? What you? I think it is, and. Yeah, I think it's great. And then Stephen Moss, my favorite TV series released by Network is Robin of Sherwood. Oh, that was a great series. And the music, Clanad. Yeah, absolutely.
So Stephen, which are you then? Are you more?
Oh, I know what you're going to say.
Are you more the early Robin of Sherwood with, or are you more the Connery later years of Robin of Sherwood, you know, when Sean Connery's son took over.
What about you then?
There is that even divide. Oh, I love the first couple of seasons, you know, where
I do. I agree.
You know, but that's not taking anything again away from Sean Connery. It's just the, you know,
Jason Connery.
Jason Connery, you know, his son, Jason.
Yeah.
And by the way, Jason Connery in that era was also in Doctor Who, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Yeah. Which one was it? No.
Colin Baker story.
Which one?
Oh, it's the one where the television told you
whether
the die or not.
Vengeance on Varos.
Vengeance on Varos. That's it.
Yeah.
He's hung up, isn't he? He's famously hung up, you know, and you can see his bare chest and everything. And they're saying,
right. Yeah.
You vote
that was
to
quite
die.
Controversial at the time. That one.
Vote to die. You know,
gave him an excuse to cancel.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be really good?
Put it on hold.
Wouldn't it be really good though? Wouldn't it? Sat with our Prime Minister Senek holding a couple of metal bars that says, "Please vote for me." And then if you don't vote right, an electrical current's going through his body saying, I managed to get through it. I live for another until the next vote. Thanks very much. I'd love that. I'd give him electric shocks left, right, and bleeding centre and say,
people would love it, wouldn't they? It'd do well. Oh dear. All right. Tony Hawk, I watched the network DVD of You Can't Escape 1957 just last night. They released so many of these B movies, which we've rarely heard of, but which are frequently entertaining as this one was. That's hopefully that kind of thing may continue, that they'll do more of these B movies, because there must be such a wealth of them that, you know, that could do to be getting a good release.
Yeah,
that's really good. That's what we need, you know. Love Horror Express, Tony Hawk said, made a change being set on a train instead of the usual Gothic mansion. I agree. I love the train. I love trains anyhow. I'm nearly Alfred Hitchcock there with his love of trains. I love trains. You can't beat a good train. Seymour's another good horror movie to check out, the remake of The Town That Dreaded Sundown. Now I've seen that. I've never seen it, but I've seen that title. It's one of them that I'm aware of and would probably get on my list to watch, around to watching it sometime. But yeah, I have seen that one. I think it's an American slasher. I think something like that.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
Yeah. I could never get into The Prisoner, Ian. Oh, Tony. But really enjoyed its forerunner, Danger Man. Yeah, I know. I knew you mentioned Danger Man, of course. Yeah. The Prisoner wasn't for everybody. It divided people, even at the time. Definitely.
I loved it, just so you know.
Yeah. Danger Man, remember it, yeah. I have the 1976 version of The Town That Dreaded Sundown. Also, it's even earlier. It's a 70s film. I thought it was perhaps 80s. Oh, right. Tony, I agree with you about the subscriber mail. Some large channels I've watched don't seem very appreciative, as you say. And yeah, I won't name the channels, but there are some really awful ones that just really do. It's awful. Keep the money and use his points, but because HMV went into liquidation, he was screwed and lost his points. What's
well, I understand the sentiment, but I don't know what it was in relation to in regards to a conversation.
No, because looking before that, isn't there? I don't know that one. Liquidation. Was that? Do you think that is connected with networks somehow?
Well, all I know is that HMV didn't go into liquidation, but they came back.
Yeah, but network is considered going into liquidation?
What I was trying to say is when HMV did come back, the previous points that was under the last regime didn't make any money, and it's why you've got that what's his name, Martin Lewis or whatever his name is. he's always turning around and saying what your rights are, and he said
Oh, right, yeah.
that's
I
why
get
you
you.
don't buy
Yeah,
that's why you
yeah,
don't buy gift cards
yeah,
or anything,
yeah,
because
yeah. I don't think gift cards are a good idea.
tie
That's
you
very
down to
true.
a particular store. And the other thing is, if
Yeah,
anything goes to that store, you've lost your money. It's worth
you have.
absolutely
Yeah,
nothing. You're
they're not
better
good.
you're
Yeah,
better off giving somebody cash in an
yeah,
envelope and go and see whatever store you want. Um,
yeah. In my book, the HMV is much better now than it was, because I remember when HMV was going before, when it sold VHS and all that, and uh, records and CDs. Well, actually, it probably didn't sell records as much then. I don't think it even sold them. They were very expensive. They really had a very high price. They didn't have these like offers like they do now. Everything was very, very expensive. And in fact, sometimes we used to joke that it was higher than the recommended price. No
oh
wonder
yeah,
they went under.
different
But
time though,
now
Ian, because
it's different. Yeah.
I mean, I remember
Yeah.
I used to like Virgin megastores.
Yes. Yeah. Virgin
And then like
Megastore.
I
Yeah.
even liked things like Tower Records and all of these sort of things. And the reason I liked
Yeah.
them is because it's at a time where the internet was very young, so really buying online wasn't a big thing. And the other thing was our town had a HMV, but you had to go to a
Yeah.
city to go and get a Virgin Megastore. So
Yeah.
every time my father or something would drive us into a big city like Birmingham or something, I'd purposely look out for a Virgin Megastore or
Yeah.
something, because I'd
Yeah.
go, wow, it's going to be 5 times the size of the one that HMV that we've got back home. I can't wait.
Yeah.
It'll be on all these different floors. And I'll be going, wow, they got these albums. Look, I mean, and I'd be picking up albums or CDs of
Yeah.
soundtracks
Yeah.
that I could only imagine were out, because I'd go,
Yeah.
I didn't even know this
Yeah.
was even out as a
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
because I didn't even have a book that said of a
Yeah.
catalogue that says that this was even released.
You wouldn't know.
So
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
go into, so I'd
Yeah.
instantly think, oh, Star Trek while I'm there, and I'd go to the
Yeah.
Estes and I'd go, oh, they've got the TV
Yeah.
bloody
Yeah.
stereo
Yeah.
soundtrack here,
Yeah.
and I'd be, no wonder, Elton John goes in there and buys 4 albums of each, one for each of his homes, and all of this sort of stuff. Might as well buy the store, because everything was there. It was ridiculous. It's like,
Yeah.
all I'm saying is, thank God Elton John isn't an internet king, because I tell you what, his credit card would be red hot. He'd be going on
It
Amazon,
would.
going, oh,
Yeah. I know.
It'd be buying Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just move that Amazon warehouse to the front lawn of my
And
home.
then we'd be in. Yeah.
You're right. Okay.
Oh. Oh dear. Right. Didn't they remake the Bad News Bears with Billy Bob Thornton? I don't know.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. Danny, love that adaptation of Jack the Ripper. Probably my favourite, as Tony Hawk saying that. Yeah.
Like I said, I saw that on Talking Pictures. Nigel raves about it.
It's mentioned a lot, isn't it?
I always turned around to him and said, if it ever comes out again, I'll definitely get it. So I said, after this broadcast, I said, I'll probably be going and ordering that.
Yeah.
So there you go.
At Tony Hawk, cool. That's Danny says. Danny Dukes, Jack the Ripper is $14.99 on Amazon to Blu-ray. That's not bad, is it? That's pretty good.
Instantly, the price is I'm having that.
It's
good. 2 Blu-rays as well, because it is in 2 parts. It was in 2 parts.
Yeah, that's very good. Excellent. Tony, talking of Sunak, who enjoyed seeing him getting soaked while speaking? I loved it. Private jet ready for California, July the 5th. I thought it was funny. I was laughing, actually. And then that music, somebody must have deliberately did it, because in the background, somebody was playing Things Can Only Get Better, which, as I remember, was Tony Blair's 1997.
Yeah, when that was his widow theme, wasn't it?
And sometimes it was nearly drowning him out when he was talking. If ever it looked like a car crash, that was one. uh, uh, have any of you guys seen Speed Zone starring John Candy? In some countries, they tried to pass it off as the Cannonball Run 3. That's interesting. I've not heard of that, especially
I've
with John
seen
Candy.
Cannonball Run 1. I've seen Cannonball Run 2. I
I've
don't
seen
know if I've
Speed
seen
Zone.
that John Candy one.
No, I've not. I've never heard anybody mention that one before. Because John Candy's got, quite a massive following.
I mean, I can understand why he would be in it because, I mean, the Cannonball Run, Burt Reynolds, they had that, what was it, Captain Chaos, wasn't it? They had Burt Reynolds' friend, a comedian, that played Dun Dun Da, Captain Chaos, and all this. And of course, Roger Moore was in one of the Cannonball films, and Jackie Chan.
Oh yeah, he's popular now, isn't he? Very popular.
So I can imagine. All I'm saying is, I can imagine John Candy playing part of Burt Reynolds.
It seems to me he's appeared in quite a lot of things, John Candy, that perhaps don't get mentioned as much. Yeah. Right. So next one. Jermaine Alwyn Kalantar. Hey, Ian, hello. Thank you. Welcome to our channel if you're still here. I know it's a while ago. Hey, Ian, this is Mer. Oh, right. Just want to see you live. I'm here. Yeah. Thank you for joining. Thank you so much.
Hello. I don't know you from Adam. So.
I know. Cheers. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, she's great. Thank you for joining. Murder by Decree is a good Jack the Ripper film. Ah, yes. I've got that. I've actually got that one. That's Christopher Plummer, isn't it, in that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I like Christopher Plummer. I think he's pretty underrated. One Good Cop starring Michael Keaton is a good film. If you haven't seen it, I've not. Have you seen that one?
Just trying to think what era that is, because Michael Keaton did a lot of stuff, like Jack Frost and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
That instantly turned me off. He then did a horror film which was called White Noise, if I remember rightly, and I started to watch him again. And then he did the famous, the comic book one.
Oh, I don't like Beetlejuice.
No. The comic book one where it's a hawk. It's something hawk.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, it's where he's on a theatre production type thing.
Is Michael Keaton Beetlejuice?
It's where he did. Yeah, Michael Keaton.
Oh, I don't like that. That's one I just didn't get on with Beetlejuice. A lot of people do enjoy that. If you enjoy it,
what I'm trying to say is that hawk one that I'm trying to think of. That's where he won an Oscar, and it's where he turned his career back around. But One Good Cop, I think that falls into that bracket where he was doing that Jack Frost stuff.
And and that didn't go down that well.
I don't think I would remember it very well. Is what I'm trying to say. I'm pretty sure I would have seen it. I'm just saying I don't remember.
Things Can Only Get Better gave me such a laugh as well. For a moment, I thought he was trying to be Blair Mark too. Yeah, thing is, he seemed annoyed. He didn't want it in there, did he? He was losing his cool. Yeah, I bet when he closed that door, I bet he was shouting and going mad with whoever advised him to go out there.
Yeah,
I bet he was. His advisors would have been worried. Right, here you are. Favorite William Shatner film?
Oh, God. I'm going to let you go first.
Well, I'm going to say it because it's my favorite Star Trek film, which is Star Trek the Motion Picture.
Yeah, but I'm going to say Star Trek is banned. What's your favorite?
Oh, now you've done it. Oh, God. Because now that is good to think of him in any films. TV shows, we know he was in a lot of TV shows, but a film with him, a mainstream cinema film, William Shatner.
Yeah.
That is a difficult one.
I
I
got a
can't think of
couple.
any.
I got a couple.
Go on then. You might.
Oh, Kingdom of the Spiders comes to mind.
I've not seen that.
Um,
Is that like a creature feature?
I think it was a Roger Corman film, to be quite honest.
Oh, right. Roger Corman.
It's a horror, you know.
Yeah.
There's a famous picture of him with tarantulas all over his face. I
Right.
remember that.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, one film I'm not a fan of that he did was Airplane 2, the sequel. That was bloody awful.
Oh, is he in that? I've never seen that. Never seen
Oh,
Airplane.
that is absolutely atrocious. And if
Yeah,
I
I've never.
remember
So,
rightly,
good job.
one of the early films with Roger Corman was Incubus.
Oh, right.
That was all right.
Yeah.
I didn't like him in any of the comedies like Miss Congeniality and all of that.
But has he done anything in later years?
That's what I'm saying. Miss Congeniality is quite modern.
Yeah.
And most times you see him now in a horror would be something like American Psycho 2. I think he was in that.
He's always in the he does second division.
He's always doing a parody of himself, or he's in a documentary or a fan site thing, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But I do know that he did some serious things with Roger Corman, and that's why I said I think
right. Yeah.
And I did actually when I was a big Star Trek fan, and as you know, I love the motion picture.
Yeah.
In fact, just to let you know, I bought the motion picture for Sam this week. He said he wanted to do a series of Star Trek films, and he wanted to start off with the first one. And he's never seen any of them other than he's seen only 2 of the 10 films. And I thought to myself, bloody hell, I'll start you on your journey.
Yeah, that's a good place to start.
I saw the motion picture was on sale, and I went, do you know what? I'll send him that, the director's version of the motion picture.
So is that his new series after his Planet of the Apes?
You know, I sent it to him. He said, thank you very much. I've got it. I'm going to be watching it. And all I know is that I've started him on his journey. And if he doesn't like the newer version of the motion picture with all them special effects redone,
then we give up.
There's no
hope, is there? That film is.
You see, he's starting off at a time where it's really, really good because they're just about to release the Search for Spock 40th anniversary.
They are at the cinema. He'll be going to see that, isn't he? I think.
So basically, I mean, I've ordered that on Steelbook, even though I've got it a million times on Steelbook. But it's just what I'm trying to say is that it's good for him to start, and his next film that he'll be buying would be The Wrath of Khan, which most people would say is up there with the best of them, because it's 2 and 6 that most people will turn around and say are the best Star Trek films ever.
4 should get a good rap as well.
Do you know what?
I like 4.
It's amazing how people turn around and say about 4. To me, 4 at the time was brilliant, and I would have turned around and said to everybody, go and watch 4, go and watch 4. But on rewatching and rewatching, I fall out of love with it because I don't like the musical score. It sticks out like a sore thumb as not being a Star Trek score. I think it's done by Rosenthal.
Yeah.
Where all the others are Horner and Goldsmith, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like it because it's a time travel story and you go back and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But, it's too much of the let's save the whales, bring in the whales to all this sort of stuff. And
I've heard some people have said, and I think they may have a point here. It's the one Star Trek film, if you're not a fan of Star Trek, who could probably enjoy it. And I say that because my late wife, she's not a Star Trek fan. She wasn't a Doctor Who fan, even though she suffered badly. But that film is one that she could watch and think it was okay to watch it. So that said a lot to me, because normally, Star Trek, blah blah.
There's a lot of humor in it.
Yeah, I think that's why it's a lighter touch, and you don't have to know.
It introduces a new Enterprise.
Yeah.
That Enterprise, when you saw it at the end of the film, looked great. It didn't turn out to be the way because it was a piece of shit.
You could watch that film without knowing too much background. You could watch it, I think.
Oh yeah,
and that's why they could watch it.
The thing is, though, Ian, I don't know if you agree with me or anything, but I find it very, very sometimes slack writing to just do something where you set it in modern times, because you're just
Yeah,
writing for today and
yeah,
how those characters might portray themselves if they were in today,
yeah,
because we see them as those people in the future, and we know that
yeah,
in the future everything is very sterile. There's
yeah,
no, everybody, there's no such thing as money and greed and all of this sort of stuff.
yeah,
So if they ever came here, there'd probably be weak-kneed
yeah,
people that would get beaten up on every street corner,
yeah.
etc., etc. And lo and behold, there they are on a bus, and there's a punk rocker with a ghetto
That's right. You
blaster,
knew that joke was
and
coming,
all of
didn't
this
you,
sort of
when
stuff.
you watched the film?
You know, they
Yeah,
they they don't that they don't understand that you can't swim with whales when you're in a
yeah,
bloody
yeah,
SeaWorld environment and all of this sort of
yeah.
stuff. And then you don't, they think
You don't
nothing
go
of
around a nuclear.
they think nothing of going around a nuclear submarine,
Yeah,
and the fact that
yeah,
you can cure kidney stones by just sticking a piece of plastic on someone's end. It's funny, and anybody
yeah,
can get into it because they know it's a parody of
yeah.
itself. But
Exactly.
what I'm trying to
That's
say is
why
that
it's
you
popular.
had,
Yeah,
but what Star Wars was trying, what Star Trek was trying to do was build up a menacing storyline, and they thought
yeah,
we needed to inject some funny, because the
yeah,
second one you had the third one you had the death
yeah,
Kirk's son. The second one you had the death of Spock. The first one you had two that went off and turned into special beings or
yeah,
something, in the motion picture. You had to have funny. Do you see what I mean?
yeah.
Fifth
It's
one is then off
interesting
the
'cause,
rail, and then you're on the sixth one,
yeah,
you're back to death and as a theme and all of that sort of stuff.
it's interesting because look at it's funny because you mentioned Sam and the reviews, and the reason I love Escape from the Planet of the Apes is because
Oh, I love
it
that
has the
film.
humor in Escape from the Planet of the Apes,
Yeah,
but also it has a very much a serious side to the film as well, amongst that humor. And that isn't a parody at all, is it? It
no.
works so well when they come into the modern era.
I
And
mean,
maybe that's what
I
was wrong with
apologize
Star
to him,
Trek.
but I apologized to him because I thought that I ridiculed his review, and I didn't want to do
Yeah,
that. His reviews are
yeah,
very personal to him, and I just looked at
yeah.
it and I went, "You do."
I love Escape from the
I
Planet
looked
of
at
the
it from a point of view of a historical point of view, and I shouldn't do.
Yeah,
But basically, you wouldn't have the Planet of the Apes series if it weren't for the third one. I mean, the second
yeah,
one, the world blew up. Where do you
yeah,
go?
yeah,
Nowhere.
exactly.
The only
Yeah,
way that you could actually bring it back and to make a 5-film
yeah.
like series is to go back in time.
It was a clever move. It was
It's
brilliant.
clever, but it's
Yeah,
also
yeah,
weak, because it's like these apes didn't even know how to fly with a glider. How did they get a spaceship
yeah,
into space before the world blew up that caused the ripple effect to blast them
yeah.
back in time and land on that
You
planet?
don't go into that too much. I never worry about
That's
things
what I
like that.
mean. You have to
I
block
just
it out.
get into it and enjoy
So
it.
of course,
But it works.
Sam is very big on the
Yeah,
fact that he loved the sets of Planet of the Apes. So so
yeah,
whenever you see Ape
yeah,
City and you see all of that,
yeah, yeah,
when you set something in modern Earth, you don't have any of that.
yeah,
So of course he looks at it as one of the weakest stories. But most
yeah.
people will know that the fourth and the fifth are considered probably to be the weakest. It's why things
They
tailed
are.
off.
Yeah, yeah,
Even though I consider them to be some of the best writing
yeah.
there, you have to look beyond the script to
Uh,
actually see it.
In many
Uh,
ways, Escape from Planet Apes is a big commentary about the world as it was at that time and is today, even. About celebrities and about fame,
yeah,
and then the
it didn't have the big shock ending of the first Planet of the Apes,
no,
and it didn't
no,
have the predictable
yeah, but it
beneath
had
the Planet of the Apes ending.
there
But it
was an
still had a shock.
inevitable,
It still had a shock ending, but it was just done really, really
yeah.
badly.
It was a sad
Really badly.
ending. It was a sad ending, but you're right. It perhaps wasn't filmed as it deserved a better. I don't know, a direction. Maybe.
They just looped the film back and forth to make it look like
Yeah,
you
but
know. I don't want
yeah,
to ruin it for
but
people. They looped
yeah,
the tape to make it look like something.
yeah.
That's all. and you could see it was looped.
Yeah,
It was worse than it was worse than the PG Tips adverts would have done. Take it like that.
PG Tips adverts, yeah.
You know, with the you want it song.
Yeah, I don't
got it.
remember that.
You know what I mean?
They don't
Right?
have them
It was
anymore.
worse than that. It was worse than that. So.
They've got rid of them. Right. Stephen Moles. Thunderheart starring Val Kilmer, another good film. I don't know. I've not. Have you heard of that one? Thunderheart.
I've seen it. I can't remember much about it.
Yeah.
It's another one of those things where you go, Val Kilmer, tell me. You could be on one of the chat shows, one of these film things on YouTube, and somebody will come up with some weird name or something, and you'll go, have you seen it?
Yeah.
And Val Kilmer just does not come up to me in regards to a series of films. I know he was in Batman, and I know, and I could probably name a couple of films, but he's not like, I could name every film Richard Burton's in, or I'll name every film that, he's not that big an actor. So I go, so I struggle sometimes where I go, Val Kilmer, name 5 films with Val Kilmer, and I'd probably have trouble.
Is he still working?
Yeah,
I've not heard of him for ages.
Yeah, I think he is.
What last film?
I don't know. As I said, I think he is.
Yeah.
I don't think he was in. You see, I keep going back, and then I get them mixed up with another actor. But I don't think he was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, was he? I don't think he was in that. I think that was Brad Pitt.
I'm sure he wasn't in that. No.
I think it was Brad Pitt. See what I mean? You get mixed up with Brad Pitt, Val Kilmer, all of those.
I can't think of him in any. He's not submitted to Marvel, has he? As far as I know.
He did DC. Val Kilmer was Batman.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So he never got. Well, that wouldn't necessarily stop somebody from going to Marvel, would it?
What I'm trying to get at is that
he got a lot of criticism.
The big thing that I remember Val Kilmer for is Batman, and it shouldn't be, because it's probably a much better film that he's actually been.
Yeah. Well, I think he's good as Jim Morrison. I don't know.
Yeah,
that sometimes gets a lot of kindness.
The Doors with Oliver Stone.
The Doors film is Jim Morrison.
A lot of people wouldn't think of that one. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. That's what I do straight away. Because I like the Doors. Obviously, I'm a big Doors fan.
I've had a lot of Doors thrown in my face.
Yeah. Yeah. And The Real McCoy starring Kim Basinger as well. I like Kim Basinger's always worth watching. The Real McCoy, I've not heard of that. You heard of it? I thought you would have. That's why you're on it.
The funniest thing that I saw her in, that everybody used to hate me for mentioning, because it really is an atrocious film, really, is My Stepmother is an Alien.
Oh, yeah. It's good.
So she was the alien that came down drinking battery acid and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Putting things in her handbag, and then a bloody dress had come out.
It's good fun. It's just so much fun. I love it.
But I used to turn around and say, do you know what? It's quite a funny film, actually, if you look at it. It's all right.
It is. Yeah.
And nobody again talks too much about comedy in that era, in those years. You know?
Is this a comedy then?
No.
No.
I mention it because Kim Basinger, name a film with Kim Basinger in, right?
Yeah.
So we just had Never Say Never Again, right? There's 9.5 Weeks. My Stepmother is an Alien.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking about titles that Kim Basinger would have been in. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how my brain works. Somebody mentions a title, and I go, "Oh Christ!"
Yeah.
The actor.
Yeah.
What films have I seen of that?
Yeah. Well, it's a way of thinking and working it out. Tony Richard, good choice of Ripper film. Also, Study in Terror, 1965, with John Neville as Sherlock Holmes, and a small part for Barbara Windsor as a Ripper victim. Oh, yeah.
I know that one.
Not heard of that one. And Innocent Man starring Tom Selleck, good as well.
I mentioned that one to you
Oh.
last week. I turned around and I said, I think you'd really like that.
Yeah.
He did that
Yeah.
at the same time as he did Runaways, and he did it as with Quigley Down Under.
Oh.
Three films that Tom Selleck did that most people will talk
Yeah.
about. Actually, they had bad films.
Yeah.
So thinking again now with Quigley Down Under, I'm pretty sure that Val Kilmer was in a Western, you know. Was it Tombstone?
Yeah.
Was he in
Yes.
Tombstone?
I'm sure it is Tombstone. It is. It has to be Tombstone. Yeah, I think it is.
I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people actually praised him, as I remember, in that film.
All I'm going at is that things are start. All I'm getting at is that when people mention Val Kilmer, it takes me a long time for my brain juices to get going. But I'm pretty sure he was in an ensemble cast in a Western. He must have been. I'm pretty sure I would have seen Val Kilmer and.
You can see the poster. You see them all,
but I can't remember the names of them all. You know.
Yeah.
Can't. I mean, it's impossible for me. I'm getting dementia. I mean, what?
Yeah. Well, take me there. I'm already there, I think.
I'm already there.
Visiting Hours and Kingdom of the Spiders are my favorite
yeah,
William Shatner films. There you are. Yeah.
But there you are, Kingdom of the Spiders, you see. It is mentioned. It's a known one, Kingdom of the Spiders.
Yeah. Well, Roger Corman, of course, yeah.
Whenever people talk about Roger Corman, I think they're a bit afraid to talk about him because it's like, how do you talk about Roger Corman? Because he's more an inspiration to directors than he was a director himself, really.
Yeah.
I mean,
and the producer.
He started off the careers of Jim Dante.
Yeah.
Joe Dante.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, this bloke is well known, and also, I mean, he died obviously. I mentioned it in my blog. You know, he died at the age of 98 last month.
Yeah.
But I mean, apart from people going, "Oh yeah, he did a lot of films with Vincent Price, and did the Pit and the Pendulum, and all of that sort of stuff." I'm going, yeah, and of course he did Little Shop of Horrors, and it's the first showing of Jack Nicholson and all that.
Yeah,
you got to remember he did an awful lot of other stuff. I mean, you could turn around and said he did the first mainstream film that featured a porn star called Not of This Earth, which had Tracy. What was her name?
Lords.
Tracy Lords. I mean, that's controversial.
Yeah.
But you know.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, he did no wrong because he had an input on Battle Beyond the Stars. So as far as I'm concerned, Battle Beyond the Stars is the Magnificent Seven in space, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, there you are.
With spaceships that look like private parts, you know, so balls and things.
It sounds like Flesh Gordon.
Yeah.
Richard says Shatner is good in The Devil's Reign too. Have you heard of that one?
Yeah.
Devil's Reign. And The Devil's Reign is good as well.
Yeah. I know The Devil's Reign.
Yeah. Tony York. William Shatner was in a 1968 spaghetti western, White Comanche, but never seen it, as it's supposed to be really bad. Oh, I thought you were going to say something. The Kidnapping of the President 1980 is one I enjoy with him as I suppose a president. I've not heard about any of them.
I'll tell you really.
I know you like your spaghetti westerns.
I haven't seen White Comanche, right? But I'll tell you another really good William Shatner film that I can never remember the title of, but somebody is going to listen to this and go, "I know what you're talking about."
Yeah.
Right. William Shatner is a member of an American Air Force crew where a plane crashed in the Sahara Desert, and you see these survivors, right? And you think they're survivors, but actually they're ghosts. They think they're still alive, but they're actually dead. There was only one survivor. That is a really good William Shatner film. but I
That sounds
can't
like a
for the life.
Twilight Zone story.
It is. It's very much in
Yeah.
the Twilight Zone, which is why
Yeah.
I liked it.
Yeah.
Because you think yourself, oh look, all of these people, that you're getting to know them, and then you find out later on they were all just ghosts.
Yeah. Yeah.
There
Great.
was only one
Yeah.
survivor, and it was in his imagination.
Yeah.
He spotted
Yeah.
the plane crashed in this desert, and thought that there were survivors there, when actually they were all just ghosts. I can't remember what the film's called for the life of me. It was on Talking Pictures. I watched it and went, "Oh, this is good." And then I could never remember the bloody title of it. And if Denny was here, he'd be screaming at me because we had a chat about this the other day, and he went, I even told him what the film was called because I'd just seen it about a week ago, but now I can't bloody remember it. So, there you
go. His Loaded Weapon 1 was funny.
That's the thing. I never really got on with the Airplane 2 parodies, Loaded Weapon 1, and all of those sort of things. Maybe it's the humor. I don't know.
Yeah. I've not seen it, so
I'm sure it's good, but it's just But I remember not liking most of this Loaded Weapon, Love at First Bite, all of these sort of parody type things. They were never as good as the Mel Brooks ones. So I just went.
Secret Service agent on a presidential visit to Canada. This is the Shatner one, isn't it? Where the president, played by Al Albrook, is kidnapped. I think it's quite difficult to get on physical.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah. Don't mention Dr. Ian. Dr. Ian, for God's sake, no. We better not. Rather not. Yes.
Well, I'll only ask you, did you watch it?
Yeah, I did. It was an improvement.
No, I don't want to know. I just said, did you watch it? That's the end.
That's all I'll just say. It's an improvement. It was an improvement. But what was...
if you start talking about it, I'll start talking about it. I just wanted to know, did you watch it? Yes, move on.
Yeah, I have to say it because I noticed you even made a comment about
to this. You're going to start talking about it because then I'll start talking about it. And somebody has just said, don't mention Doctor Who. So for God's sake, just say, yes, I saw it and move on. We'll be here all night. You want a 4-hour stream again? Just mention that, this time of night. That'll be
it. That new Doctor Who is bad, and I don't mean bad, meaning good. No, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, but I'm being told off here not to say note. So, as we say, keep the gob shut, lad. Yeah, but I better keep my gob shut. I could see how much Ian was enjoying the cover of SFX. I know I showed my disdain. It was terrible in his review. And all the in-depth articles about the show. I must admit, it's the worst tortured interview review I've had to do. And it showed. I couldn't wait till we got to end the articles. Oh, dear. There was a retro article on Conehead, and I was relieved.
You must have known though that SFX was going to do a big article thing on Doctor Who coming back. You must have guessed.
Well, no, I did, but I had to do it. I mean, I couldn't not show people, but I'm sure most people are thinking, "Oh God, yeah," but I had to do it, and hopefully, there'll only be a few more issues, and then we'll get back onto whatever's coming next.
Have you seen much of William Shatner on TV?
What you mean is I've seen the his cop shows and all that stuff. I've not seen anything
after TJ Hooker, which is what you're talking about there.
Yeah,
I think the best thing he ever did was Boston Legal.
Oh yeah,
I tell you what,
I've not seen that, but that's quite good.
I mean, James. I watched that because James Spader was in it, right?
Oh,
and I was a big James Spader fan.
Quality.
But the more you put James Spader and William Shatner together, the more I I really liked the show. I remember there was one episode in a very early season of Boston Legal. James Spader got hit on the head, and he started to talk what he called salad speaking, because every word was a salad word or a fruit word. So it must have been really difficult for him to talk in this language, because every other word was banana, apple,
Yeah.
salad, Caesar, tomato, celery, but he was supposed to be talking legalese.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it
Yeah.
must have been
Yeah.
pretty hard. What I'm trying to say is it must have been pretty hard to learn a script that's got all these legalese in it,
Mhm.
and then actually replace all the legalese with words of salad and stuff, because to an actor that'd be like, what the hell?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You'd think to yourself, you'd say, can you just say random crap?
Yeah.
No, they would have probably written that word for word, and he had to remember the words in order. But banana, apple, grape,
Yeah.
or
Which
whatever it is,
yeah.
right? And I'd be going. Thanks for making this the most difficult bloody program ever to film, you
Yeah.
bastard. Because I'd be like that. Not only do some episodes I've got to learn about flipping the plaintiff of this and the plaintiff of that. Now I'm starting to learn bloody words like bananas, apples, and that in weird orders. Thanks. So it must have been quite a versatile show to do. That's all I got to say. But I did like Boston Legal. I thought that was the comeback for William Shatner, as far as I was concerned, in a TV series that actually means something to somebody.
Yeah. Yeah.
More James Spader than anything, though.
Yeah. Wee Bob Art. Hi,
mate.
hello.
Hi, mate. Barbara.
Do you like the new Planet of the Apes films? Richard Brown says. I'll let Delboy talk first.
Oh, for goodness sake. Right. I'm going to be quite convoluted here in the fact that I don't like people that try and tie up the very first Planet of the Apes with the timeline of the modern Planet of the Apes and go, I've got a timeline and it works. And I'm going, bollocks, right? You could do a timeline and think of the classic, and you could do a timeline of everything from the remake of Planet of the Apes by Tim Burton up to now, right? That's because those are the modern ones and the other ones were the classic ones. But don't try and put them all together. So anyway, do I like the new Planet of the Apes? I've seen the new one, Kingdom, and I quite liked it. Although I think it was now I'm beyond the normal on this. I thought it was a bit slow at the beginning. I didn't think it needed all the padding to introduce all the characters again, right? I'm sick of going into a film and having to wait 50 minutes for the film to get going, because it has to treat everybody as if it was the first time they've seen a film in their life, right? The likelihood that the majority of the audience that go to see Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes has never seen an ape film is minute. So I don't think it needed 50 minutes to get going, right? Saying all of that, as a trilogy, Dawn and all of that sort of stuff, brilliant. Love that trilogy. Starting another trilogy, which then is turning into, which is then going to make it into, which is then going to have another trilogy after that to make it 9 films. Probably a step too far. I think I would have been happy with the way it ended with the very third film of the new one. If this tells an interesting arc, then I'm happy, for another 3 films. But then to take it to another 3 films, I think is going to turn into greed. I can't see there being enough of a story to actually make another 3 films after these next 3 films. But I'm thinking ahead of myself here. Maybe there is, because you need to get a film series going to the next generation, and a generation is 20 years or whatever it is, isn't it? I mean, in our old numbering system, isn't it, Ian? Was a generation every 25 years or every 20 years is a generation?
I'd say about 20 years.
So, of course, you do need that 9th film to make it the generation gap to go back and go, right, make the Planet of the Apes modern Yeah. But to me, I'm quite excited for this next trilogy, but I can't see it making another trilogy after that. I'm sorry. I just think you're going too far. You're thinking too far ahead now. Just enjoy it for what it is, and do think about the arc of having a new free film arc, but don't think another a 6 film arc and stuff like that at this stage. Jesus Christ, no, I'm not a fan of that. Anyway, over to you.
Yeah, I just make an interesting point, and they when we keep getting more trilogies adding on, the history is showing us that they don't tend to people don't like them as much in the end. I mean, we've seen look at all the reaction that happened with Halloween new trilogy, um, and there's the Scream ones, because they tried to they've rebooted that, haven't they? The reaction against that, so I'd be very. I mean, I'm not saying that it's you know good if they think they can do it. That's great, but they've got a lot to live up to, and if they slip in any way, people will be really at them. They really will. So it's a difficult path. I can understand it, and there is, like you suggested, a greed factor pops up. If it's doing well, they're making money out of it, then yes, we'll go and do another one. But it's a very difficult path to walk in. Now, I've enjoyed the first 3 of this remake.
Yeah.
I think they're good quality
films.
Do you
count it? Do you count it 3 films or 4 films?
Yeah, I think you could. You're right. You could have just had 3 films, but
no, it's just that there is the obvious black ball of the lot, which is Tim Burton's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We don't. People like me. I've not even seen it.
So this is what I'm trying to say. There are 5 films. Then there's a remake, relook.
Yeah.
And then there is this 3 film. After that, and nobody says, is that joined to the Tim Burton one or what?
No.
Right. And some people have tried to do a timeline all the way from the old one all the way to now, and saying it's one big universe and it's the same thing.
What, including the Tim Burton one?
Yes, including the Tim Burton one.
Oh, crikey.
And my answer to it is that, and I'm selfish here. Yeah. I am crazy in love of the original Planet of the Apes. It's one of those things where I turn around and say, here is the group of films that I could easily go to heaven with. Yeah, and I'd be happy, right? You've got the first film, iconic. It's written by my favorite writer, Rod Serling. It's based on a book that I've never heard of, that I actually went out and bought and read because I didn't know anything about it.
The Pierre Boulle original book. I read it. I read the book.
He basically was a frustrated soldier, basically. In the army. Yeah, was it a Russian army? I think I can't quite remember. There was a I don't know.
It's a long time ago since I read that book. And then it would have been in the early 70s.
And then all the way through those 5 films, you still never got to the point where it was the image of the book.
Yeah,
which is apes driving around in tanks, flying around in aircraft, having saloons and serving drinks to people, etc. No, you had a separate universe in itself based around the book. So Rod Serling really created a world that worked on the film, because it had never worked in the cinema because you didn't have the money to do that.
Yeah.
When the next set of films come out, the 3 film, War and Dawn and all of those sort of things.
Yeah.
I was envisaging that they were going to try and do the book as it was intended back in 1963. Which is more like Tim Burton's end of his Planet of the Apes, where you see him land in Washington Square with Ape Lincoln and all of that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I thought they were going to do that, but they didn't. They did a sort of like a modernization of the Earth is in a dystopian type approach, because a plague is just about to ravage all the way through them, and the
Yeah.
apes are then suddenly going to become the dominant force. That works because it's a separate thing in itself. But again, it's Planet of the Apes in name only, but it's good. And I turn around and go, do you know what? I'm really glad that they did it, right?
Mm.
This new set of 3 films, again, is a new set of characters. It's not the same characters that were in the first 3 films, but the characters are so similar, you don't need to recap, is what I was trying to get at.
Yes,
That's what
yeah,
I'm trying to
yeah, I
say.
get you.
You
Yeah,
don't need to say this is a new Caesar or point that out, because you can obviously see it's set differently because the tone of the film is different. You know. So what I'm trying to say is, there's so many films at the moment that have to they try to make the beginning as if it was the first time you've ever seen the film, and I think it just slows everything down for the fanboys.
Yeah.
People who watch Planet of the Apes that go in there now, I find it nearly bewildering that this is the first time they've seen an apes film.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's been on telly, there's been a cartoon, it's been around since 1969, there's been books, there's been comics, at the end of the day, if somebody came out with the title Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, I don't think anybody's in 2 minds to know Planet of the Apes, what's that all about? I'd be so surprised, What do you mean? What's that all about? Planet of the Apes. Do you see what I mean? Even if it's just in past, it's parodied in Simpsons, for God's sake. It's parodied in Family Guy. You can't get away from it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So you don't need it.
No.
So
for me, I love the original one, and I put it down. Those series of films, they're like almost comfort. I have certain like comfort kind of films that if I don't know what to watch, I'll just put them on, and that would be included. That Friday the 13th, all Halloween films. Final Destination. I don't know how many times I'll think, I've got to watch Final Destination again. The whole lot of films, and Planet of the Apes is like that. I can just sit and watch that over and over again, the original one, and then I'll ask myself, would I do that with the new ones? And the answer is no. I wouldn't. I don't feel, though I do enjoy them and think they're good, I don't feel that affection in the same way as these other sets of films.
What I was really trying to get at, though, Ian, is that for Hollywood to actually have the balls to turn around and say we're making a new trilogy, but actually we're going to expand it and make it 6 films, which means that when you tie it up with the original, it's 9 films. You don't need that type of publication to say that. If you'd have just said there's a new trilogy of films, and it follows on from the original, people in their heads can do the maths and say that's 6 films, right? And if they then ended it at the end of the 6th film, nobody would be disheartened by it. They'd just turn around and say, wasn't that great to have 6 films and it won more than the last series and all this? Why mention right now we're going to make this 9 films altogether? Why? You at the end of the day, you've now given me an expectation that after this, and they'll have to be so darn good that that there isn't going to be a lag in the middle that makes me go, I don't want to watch 9 now. It's going to turn into a slog of me having to watch these because
it's setting yourself up for failure. It really is.
I'd have been just happy for them to say, look, we've got an interesting arc which we can expand further later on, and at the moment this arc is 3 films. Now if you'd have said that, that would have made them think, now he said arc and he said this is the first of 3 films, making you think, is he talking about there might be more afterwards, without saying there's 9. You know what I mean? In this set, there's going to be 9 films. You've given a definitive number. I don't like that. It means that I've got to have this surgery and I've got to stay alive to watch to the end of that film. Otherwise, there's no bloody point me watching it now. Look, because I'll never see the bloody end. I've got a life expectancy now. I don't want to hear about a film I'm not going to be able to see.
No, I don't like to hear too much. No, it's like, I understand. I exactly understand that. You don't want to know that they're going to do those of these
Yeah,
You don't want
just
a
rub it in.
plan.
Do you
You
know
don't
they're
want
going to
a
be making a
plan.
Planet of the Apes film when you're in 6 Foot Under?
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't know they were going to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cheered me up. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, dear.
I'm making jokes of it, but it really is.
Yeah, I
It
know
really
what you
does
mean.
seem that they've now told me the roadmap to 2035 of Planet of the Apes, and I'm just going in
Yeah.
2035. What age am I going to be? I'm going to be what, 80 something?
Yeah.
Am I going to? No, you know, basically, I'll probably be 6 foot under by then, so I'll never see the bloody end of it.
I groan though when they say, "Oh, we bring like Friday the 13th." You know, you can see them doing more films of them, and I don't want them to do any more films, but they
Yeah.
will. They'll say, "Oh, we'll start it with." They've already done one where they did the first film, but they'll do another one, and they'll say, "We're doing a trilogy now." But I'm sure there's something about a TV series, his origins. They're going to try and go before Friday the 13th, I think.
Yeah.
But you kind of, you know, your heart sinks when you hear some of these things. You know.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Anyway, Stephen Moles, I like the Planet of the Apes starring Mark Wahlberg. Would have liked to see a sequel.
That's the Tim Burton film.
That's the Tim Burton one. Yeah. I haven't seen it. I'm really being unfair, but everybody's been so negative about it.
Everybody is negative about the film, but like I said, there is positives in everything that you see, and that film has some positives, right?
Yeah. So
now,
you've seen it, have you? You've seen it.
Of course, I have seen it many times.
I
like the ending of Tim Burton. I mean, it's a shock ending, but it's not the shock that you got of the original Planet of the Apes. The biggest waste of talent that was in that film was Charlton Heston's role, because they brought Charlton Heston,
did they,
into the Tim Burton film, and they dressed him up as an ape.
Oh,
he's dying, and he plays a scene with Tim Roth. Tim Roth is an ape.
Yeah.
And it's Charlton Heston's ape character that gives him a man gun. This is a gun from this era. Right, and it's an old flintlock, you know, type gun.
Yeah.
And of course, giving that to a melanical character like Tim Roth's ape is, you know, a distaste for humans, all of this sort of stuff. Yeah. Basically, you've given fire to a human. Basically, it's like, now you can do anything. You know, I've now got the weapons that make me the god of the whole of the earth. You know, that type of thing. You've sparked that, and they could have expanded that so much. But all that happened is that Charlton Heston passed the baton of hatred about humans to his son, by giving him a gun, and then a war breaks out, and of course all you've got is Mark Wahlberg, who's come down in the most technically advanced bloody spaceship you'd ever come across. Suddenly now could be the future, because you've got computers and everything that have crash landed on the earth, and this earth is ruled by apes that are riding around on horses again with no tanks or anything involved. In other words, Tim Burton did what I thought he would do, but which I hoped he hadn't, and that was, I wanted him to do a modern take of the book, not a remaster of the original Planet of the Apes. Yeah, and that's what he did. He basically just took the 1968 film and came out with a 2000 version of it. That's all he did, and that's a tame thing to do, and that's why I think a lot of people are disappointed, because if you've got an iconic film like Planet of the Apes, you don't want to tarnish its history, then you better come out with something bloody marvelous. He didn't. He came out with something that you could have dialed in from home. I'm not going to turn up for work today, but in this scene, I want Charlton Heston to say this. That's all he did in this film. You know, he didn't even need to be there. But you when you make a film in the 2000s, you're going to be making a film with modern technology. So of course, you know, there is you're going to have special effects which are great. You're going to have makeup that's going to be great.
Yeah.
All you really needed to do was do a homage to the script that isn't the script of the original film, and you're on to a winner. And he didn't. He just did a. You might as well have just photostatted the first film and just basically.
Yeah. Which. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? They took all the important, physiological things out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In Planet of the Apes, they couldn't understand why this guy thinks he can talk. All of that sort of stuff, because all the humans are mute. These humans are talking from day one. They're just pets. Right? That's a more interesting story in the 68 version than it is in the 2000 version.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So Tim Burton tried to make it interesting by saying there are what they call sympathetic injectors, or what do they call them? When you love something that you shouldn't like, sympathetic objectors, I think they call them.
Yeah.
So Helena Bonham Carter's character is a person that in our world we would say is a lover of humans. She's a lover of humans.
Oh,
she's
right.
an She shouldn't love humans, but she wears the mark that even shows she's a lover of this. Do you know what I mean? So that's the only interesting sort of like point in it. But in the original film, it was all about let's dissect these people's brains and see how they act and all this sort of stuff. This is where it goes, that's more like a Planet of the Apes film that I'd want to go and see. That these people are so backwards that they're learning how people's lungs work by dissecting the lowest species of the planet, and that happens to be humans in this world. Which is the top.
Did it try to get into a taboo area, which is a human and an ape getting together?
Oh, like a chimpanzee and an
You're almost suggesting that, because that would be considered quite taboo, wouldn't it?
There is possibly. It's just that gorillas are gorillas, orangutans are orangutans, chimpanzees are chimpanzees. I didn't see any crossbreeding going on. And I didn't see an orangutan kiss a chimpanzee.
That would be very controversial subject matter as a human.
I wouldn't have said that wouldn't have been talked about in the script. I just don't remember it. It couldn't have been that big. Otherwise, I'd have remembered it.
It would be very controversial.
I just remember they always didn't like the idea that chimpanzees loved humans as not something as seen as pets.
Right?
Thinking of them as being the same rights as an ape. Nah.
Right.
And yet Helena Bonham Carter's character is pretty much that.
Right.
She likes humans. She likes being around humans. She'd be quite happy going off onto a desert island with one. I don't think she'd want to procreate with one, but she just likes them for what they are.
Yeah.
And yet you're supposed to have a natural hatred for them, They're nothing more than the dog that sits in the corner of your room is what ape society is about. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to some more comments. Muckman movies. Good evening, chaps. Hello, Jamie. Yes, thank you for joining us.
I've watched an awful lot of Muckman movies. You were the one who put me on to him, and I mentioned him now in my blogs.
Great channel.
Bloody good stuff.
It really is. Muckman movies. Val Kilmer should have won a Best Supporting Actor for Tombstone. Last film he was in was Top Gun Maverick.
Of course he was in Maverick. Yeah, of course he was in
Maverick. That's very recent.
And I've got it, like I said.
Yeah. So, there you are. Of course, he was in the original one, wasn't he? I think.
Yeah.
Best supporting actor. Yeah, he's mentioned that. Yeah. The Buddy Holly story starring Gary Busey is a good film.
You know what? I've seen so many documentaries.
I was just going to say, I don't know which version I've seen.
Glenn Miller's story, the Al Jolson story.
I'm sure I've seen various versions of Buddy Holly story. I don't know whether it's one with him in. I don't know. It's one of those characters that is made for like TV movies doing a live story of.
Every time I hear Gary Busey, I just think of his teeth.
Yeah, I know.
I can't get past his teeth.
Yeah, his teeth. The story of his teeth. Perhaps they'll do a TV movie on that. Yeah. Muckman. Kilmer hasn't been in much these days due to his throat cancer. Oh well, I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know he had
That
throat
explains
cancer.
a lot. Oh,
yeah.
Wow. I didn't know he had throat cancer.
Well, like I said, that's news to me. So
yeah,
shows how much I'm paying attention.
Yeah, but that explains obviously why we don't see it. So that must have been a big thing for him to come back to film the Top Gun Maverick. I would imagine.
You know what? That's come across as a big surprise to me in much the same way that I found out that Jack Klugman had throat cancer. Right?
Yeah.
There I was watching Quincy one day, right? And I was watching it and loving all the series of stuff, and I could see him in things like 12 Angry Men and all that sort of stuff. He's not around for years. Suddenly he turns up in an interview on television, and I'm listening to him and I'm going, bloody hell, his voice, what's going on with that? And then the news article turns around and says, Jack Klugman is doing so much better after his throat operation because of his throat cancer and all of this sort of stuff. And he had to end his career for 5 years while this was being worked upon and all this sort of stuff. And I'm going, wow! Now you're filling me with so much information in 30 seconds that it's blown my mind. I'm going, what? He had throat cancer? The reason he hasn't been around is because of all of the smoking he did back in when he was and all of this sort of stuff. And I'm going, whoa, stand back a bit. I've got to digest all this. To me, he's always been Quincy. What the bloody hell? Quincy doesn't have throat cancer. You know, it's like, you know, so we're all mortal.
Movies. I just received my Quigley Down Under Blu-ray today. Uncanny. Yeah, well, there we are. It's funny how we were mentioned. It is.
Didn't I tell you even 3 weeks ago when it wasn't even a mention? I turned around and said, Quigley Down Under is a good film. It even starts off with a classic opening. I can remember it now, and I haven't seen it for years. Huge rifle with a scope, right? And you're looking at this bloke through this scope of something going along, miles and miles and miles in the distance. He fires a bullet, and the bloke falls off of the horse, right? And you realize that the bloke had invented a gun and a bullet that could travel a mile and still kill someone from a mile distance.
Wow, yeah.
In fact, the scope on the end of this, because we're talking about the end of the 18th century or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, so it's unheard of that somebody out in the outback can invent a firepower like that. But it's brilliant. This barrel on this gun is as big as Tom Selleck's head. You know, it goes how he carries it around. I can't quite remember, but.
Kilmer played Doc Holliday. That's
right. That's why I was going. Tombstone. Was it really Tombstone? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Tombstone. Tony, 2 more recent watches. All Coppers Are. Yeah, I've seen that one pops up a lot about a young Met PC who gets mixed up with a robber with tragic consequences. A network release. Oh, Julia Foster. Wow, yeah. Nikki Henson and on Ian Hendry. Ian Hendry.
Oh yeah, I mean, I recognize Ian Hendry
everywhere.
I mean, I remember
Ian Hendry. 1971. Yeah, that certainly is very.
Ian Hendry was everywhere, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. But yeah, I've seen that one. Mentioned All Coppers Are. It does get mentioned in lists, Stephen.
I haven't seen that.
But
is it recommended as a watch?
Yeah, it was a network release.
Yes, but is it recommended by you for me to watch?
I've not seen it, but from that period, it pops up in a lot of people talking about it. I reckon it's something that is a good British film for that period, definitely. A network have got a release of it. But yeah, that's. And then is Danny Jukes. We're out of touch, aren't we? Val Kilmer has throat cancer and was in Heat, The Saint. Oh yeah, of course. He did The Saint, didn't he?
Yeah.
I know that. Yeah. True Romance. Yeah. and Willow, to name a few. Really, he's probably got a bigger filmography than people remember or realize. Certainly that I forgot about The Saint. I completely forgot that he did The
True
Saint.
Romance is one of my favorite
Yeah,
films, and why I
that's
didn't remember
extremely.
that but it's just that's True Romance has got Christian Slater, and it's got probably some other actors in it that are above what I consider to be
Christopher
Val Kilmer.
Walken.
Christopher Walken even
yeah,
supersedes Val Kilmer as far as I'm concerned.
yeah,
I think everybody remembers, if you're of a certain age, because that was Ron Howard doing
yeah.
a sort of like a Hobbit type thing. I remember the special effects being not particularly great. There's a couple of little dwarfy, like Mitchkin type characters, and I think Val Kilmer was one of those, if I remember rightly, or was he actually the bloke he rescued from one of those men in those trapping things? I can't remember. But Willow was really all about.
I've never seen Willow. It's True
Romance.
Romance.
Haven't you really seen Willow?
No,
fantastic score, fantastic music score. Not a particularly good film.
Is that the little bloke in Star Wars? Is it?
Yes, yeah.
It's I've forgotten his name, but little bloke.
It's
Well, what's his name? Somebody will know. Little bloke.
Yeah, I mean, he played an Ewok. But,
that's right. Yeah,
but he's been in lots of things. He's
even got his own TV
that game show on ITV with that bloody horrible sound effect.
Ricky Gervais wrote a series for him. Yeah, I know that much. I've forgotten his name. I'm sure.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to look it up. It's pissing me off.
Yeah.
Warwick Davis.
That's it. Yeah, Warwick Davis. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Heat. What a film. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I've got the steelbook of it.
It's always mentioned. Heat is just one of those films that will always be mentioned.
Yeah,
it's one of those performances. Don't Torture a Duckling, a giallo, unusually rurally set. Instead of in a city, very enjoyable. That's on my list. It's one of those.
You know what? I know very, 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 very little about giallo films.
Yeah,
it's only Ryan that collects that I've seen him buy box sets of giallo, and I'm going, why are you buying that? And he said, because they're good, and I'm going, what's interesting about them? Nobody's ever got me that interested for me to actually pick one up. What?
It's kind of because it's got an Italian. Is it almost like a film noir kind of Italian?
Well, that's what he did. He bought them because of film noir.
Yeah, and they are.
But you got to entice me more than by just saying it's film noir. I think
that if people have watched Argento,
like Suspiria,
everybody has with the horror and slashers, then that becomes an extension that people say, oh yeah, these directors who did these horror also did giallo sort of earlier in the career. I think that's what gets people interested. Somebody like Argento, who's revered.
What I'm trying to get at is they mentioned giallo, right? Yeah. They mentioned a couple of films. What I'm trying to say is, I know that it's something to do with film noir. I know it's something to do with the fact that it's a bit horrified, like Suspiria and plumage or whatever. But nobody has told me an actual film that says this is a quintessential giallo film that you need to go and watch. Now I'm saying, tell me one then.
Well, I think
Don't tell me Don't Torture a Duckling is all right.
I would say
I want to know what one is a great one.
Yeah, I've not seen that one. I can't say, but that one pops up, and I think even Nige might mention that one because it's approaching that sort of area.
Yeah.
I think that's considered a really good one. Yeah, but I've not seen it. It's one that I've heard of and think, people mention it. I'd like to possibly see that sometime. So, but yeah. And then James says, Muckman movies, True Romance. What a film too. Yeah, I know we mentioned that
My
one a
Arrow
lot.
box set. My
Yeah.
Arrow box set of True
Yeah.
Romance is one of my
True
treasured,
Romance is
one of my treasured films.
yeah. It's a well thought of film, and everybody seems to like that one. Muckman movies. There's a good documentary about Val Kilmer and his ordeal after recovering from throat cancer. Definitely worth a watch. Oh, right. Muckman again movies. My favorite performance of Shatner is in the TV show. Now this follows what you said. Boston Legal as lawyer. Denny Crane. He's bloody hilarious in it.
Denny Crane.
Worth watching if you've not seen it. Well, Delboy was talking about it quite a lot.
All 5 seasons I've seen of it.
Yeah.
His famous catchphrase in it is, "I'm Denny Crane." That's it. That's it. It's because Shatner is always talking about himself. So he said, "I'll tell you what, I'll have a catchphrase in it," and it says, "I'm Denny Crane." That's all you need to know. I'm Denny Crane. Right? My name goes forward in advance of what I am. That's it. You should fear in the name of Denny Crane. That is the character in that film, in that TV series. It's brilliant.
Tony York, Muckman, I got the German media book of Quigley Down Under. Really enjoyed it. I like Australian set westerns.
Well, the proposition is brilliant.
Tony York, I just got the UK media book from Zavi. Oh.
The Proposition is a brilliant Australian.
Proposition is a great Aussie Western. That's been mentioned a lot. Have you seen that? Starring Guy Pearce and Ray Winston. Yeah, that has been, and I know Delboy's even got it. Here it is.
Yeah, The Proposition.
Yeah. I know a lot of people have mentioned this. I noticed.
I have to turn that off for you to see it, but there you go. Look,
yeah,
The Proposition. It's a brilliant Western.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many good films out there. I bought that for Scott, and he turned around and said, "Bit slow." I'm going, whoa, bloody hell! How can
I don't like it.
What can I say?
When people say it's a bit slow, I don't. Bayek.
Oh, I don't get me wrong. I think he was appreciative of it. It's just that I think words that come into people's minds sometimes are, "It's a bit slow," is the wrong thing to do, because that's you're talking pacing, and that means that you thought that it should be more action orientated, when actually the original director didn't want it to be an action orientated film. He wanted it to be a deep character film. If you're writing a deep character film, you'll tend to find they're a bit slower.
Yeah, and better.
I
mean? That's my opinion. I think character is a good thing. What is wrong? I mean, if you know the type of film, if you're supposedly doing a really good, interesting film, then what is wrong with character? Nothing. Okay, some films, if they're light and kind of, just a bit of fun kind of thing, it doesn't matter. Yeah, but it doesn't always matter. But
when they turn around and say "Once Upon a Time in the West" is plodding and slow,
well, what is
you are?
Yeah,
it's a character western.
Yeah, I know. What can you say?
And I said, have you seen the extended version of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly? It's about 10 or 15 minutes longer than that one. Are you going to turn around and start poo-pooing that Leone film as well? Because at the end of the day, there's an awful lot of hanging around a bridge with dynamite in that film than there is in the Once Upon a Time in the West.
Yeah.
So
some films are all about the build-up. It's the journey, how you get there.
I'll tell you what, I'd have rather have spent £1 watching a 3-hour film in the 1960s and watching a Sam Leone Western than spending £13 to watch 90 minutes of pure nonsense that's the new Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah. Or a special effects laden barfest of some new films.
I remember going to the pictures in the late 80s and seeing something like Dances with Wolves.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Great film.
And I must admit, I got out of Dances with Wolves and I went, my arse hurts. Bloody hell, that was a long film. What it was, it was only about 2.5 hours. Right. But I'd actually turned around and said, do you know what? It was actually a bloody good film.
Yeah.
I
It
really
is.
liked it and all of that.
Yeah.
And then when you got home and you found out that the home release was going to be an extended version,
Yeah, I've got that.
you turned around and went, oh, that's what you see. You then start thinking the film version, should have been much shorter, and then I'd have really appreciated the longer version because they only added about 30 minutes. It'd have been really good if they said they'd added an hour and that the film that we went and saw was only 2 hours, because that would have made it better. And I couldn't agree with that, right?
Yeah.
But it's like anything. Some people want to go and have no more than 2 hours at something.
Yeah, yeah.
When they go in and they find it's a lot longer, they go, bloody hell.
Yeah, I know, they don't like it.
Plodding, slow, put me off, blah, 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 blah. Me, I'm excited because
as a Yorkshireman, I'm saying, hey, you're getting your money's worth here.
Scott has done Napoleon, and you find it's under 2 hours, but actually there's a 3-hour version on the Apple side of things where you see all the cutscenes. I'm going, bloody hell, I know which one I want to go and see. And I like the film. I like the one at the cinema. So there you are.
Yeah. I'll tell you something. If you go to the cinema, you want value for money, and you want to be there as long as possible.
Yeah, if I'm spending 13 quid, I want bloody 13 quid's worth of money.
Yeah, you don't want. Oh, yeah. Anyhow,
I'm a tight bastard though. So
yeah. Mukman movies. They had to build the characters again for Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes because they were all new characters due to it being set many generations after the first trilogy.
Oh, yeah, I touched upon that, didn't I?
Yeah.
I said they were new characters. It's just that they're new characters, but you're intelligent enough to know that this is years on. You know what I mean? Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, do you really need to tell the audience again that there is a hierarchy? You can introduce the characters as new, but what do you have to really introduce them? That there are chimpanzees and orangutans and gorillas, and they've got as much inbuilt racism within themselves as they have that we have as humans. Do you know what I mean? And the first 50 minutes is a build-up to all of that, explaining it all, and I'm going, it's built into us. We don't need it being. You need it to be said once, but you don't need 50 minutes to tell it. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying about that.
Yeah. Okay. Danny Jukes. Is the film Soul Survivor 1970 William Shatner?
The ghost one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Plane in a Sahara desert.
Yeah. Yes, I've got the BFI 4K of Proposition, the Nightingale. 2018 is worth a watch, set in the early 19th century Tasmania. That's Australia. A revenge thriller. Also, Mad Dog Morgan has a great title, with Dennis Hopper as a bushranger. Well, Dennis Hopper, it would be very interesting. It's a great title. Mad Dog. I'm hoping they connect this new trilogy to the original Planet of the Apes film.
That's the first time that I'm disagreeing with McMahon. I don't want the original Planet of the Apes to tie in with this new Planet of the Apes. I really don't.
It'd be interesting to see what.
But that's the only thing I disagree with, Ian. It's just that I'd like that to be in its own balloon and say that was 5 films and it's there and that's all. I'm just an old bastard, though.
Yeah,
I think McMahon Movies is much more a modern man, and basically has so much more knowledge than I will. But I still think I'm valid. I just, I'm just a bit older and I'm a bit set in my ways. And I am the first person that will turn around.
Everybody's as old as they are,
I'm just one of the people that will stick their hands up and say, do you know what? I know I'm an antique. It's just I know what I like.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. Nightingale is excellent, but a tough watch. Oh, that sounds interesting. A tough watch. Yes, agreed. That's Tony says on that one. I think the original Planet of the Apes franchise deserves a 4K special edition box set. I think a lot of people do. Will we get it? We will, hopefully someday. We should get it. Hopefully.
Well, the first thing that I said about that is that it really pisses me off that the Americans got the most complete version of that set of films, because they included the TV series and the cartoon in the same box
They
set.
did, yeah.
Now, all I'm saying to that is I'd love a 4K version of it, but it's just that you haven't finished off the bloody old one yet by giving us the TV series and the cartoon. I know full well you're not going to 4K up the cartoon. I can tell you that now. You ain't going to do it. So really, you should be finishing off the people that spent money on the Blu-ray editions.
I know it's 20th Century Fox, but there is hope that these will eventually get released.
If enough money comes into Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes and they don't put all the money into the next films, then of course, if the money goes into a franchise or a series, I'll mention that franchise that goes into a series pot. Then it'd be really nice that they put that money to remaster the old ones, being as they deserve.
It would be
to still be modern, to still be kept modern by a remaster.
Anyway, we've got a new person who's joined us. Now, I'm not. Forgive me. How do you pronounce that? Scythe. Ian Delboy. Hello. Thank you. Welcome to our. Steve's gaming.
Hey, my friend Steve.
I've missed most of it. Probably not actually the way we've been going on.
I talk about Steve all the time, don't I? I can't go through. I can't go through a stream without mentioning my special salute to Steve. Steve, my mate, you bastard! I fucking hate you. Love you, Steve. Keep coming up with that stuff, mate. That's my salute to Steve. I always do it. Everything I see his name in, I do the same salute.
Anyhow, welcome to channel. Steve Moles. I was too young when the original 5 Planet of the Apes movies came out.
Yeah.
When the 5th film came out in 1973, I was 1 year old. Oh, yes. I won't tell you how old I was, but and it was probably mid-80s. When I got around to watching them.
Bet you were about 13 when the first.
Yeah, you've got it. 73 is a great year. I could talk about 1973 forever, but and why it's one of the best years. Yeah. Right. Muckman movies. Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes is absolute pants. I hate the scene where the apes are wearing leather jackets and listening to music on a ghetto blaster. I've not seen it, so
I won't ruin that scene.
I don't know.
I won't ruin that scene for you, but it is at the end of the film, and it makes
sense
when you see that.
Yeah,
but it is just another thing where you can actually turn around and say, "What a piece of shit it is."
Yeah,
and I'm totally agreeing with it. It's solid. The first film.
Yeah,
Tim Burton should be castrated for dialing in a film that is as beloved as Planet of the Apes is.
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying.
Yeah,
it has its good points. I'm just saying to you, it does have its good points, but it's so solid by a lot of shit around it.
Yeah,
that you just go.
It's lazy. It's a lazy film. Yeah, Muckman movies. The practical prosaics effects are the best thing about Burton's Planet of the Apes. Oh,
yeah. I mean, remember I turned around and I said, for a 2000 film, the special effects are going to be up there. The makeup are obviously going to be there.
Yeah.
Prosthetics, in other words.
Yeah.
It was absolutely a crowning achievement back in 1968. It's a ho-hum, we know we can do it in 2000.
Yeah, I
So
get it.
you've
Yeah,
got to really come up with a film, and I mean a film which has got a script that is bulletproof to not
yeah,
follow the 1969 film, because you can't excite us with makeup, you can't excite us with the special effects. You therefore have got to do
yeah,
something that makes Planet of the Apes a worthwhile effort in 2000, and he just dialed it in.
yeah. Mm.
Christ, I could have written it on the back of a cardboard box and
Um,
gone away with the money he did.
yeah. Tony, I've never seen the Burton version right through, just bits.
Yeah.
Didn't particularly enjoy what I saw. Yeah, that's been a reaction I've seen. A similar thing happened to Jack Hawkins. Oh yeah, Jack Hawkins. Yeah, with his throat, he was dubbed in his last films. Yeah, they did that. So he appeared in films, and that's it. Just dubbed him.
Yeah.
He had a voice. I remember he had a voice box. I remember in some interview I heard with him. And
Aren't they
yeah,
weird the first time you see those voice boxes?
yeah,
How
it is
weird.
weird.
Like
Yeah,
you put a microphone to your
that's
mouth.
right. That's right. Yeah,
I'm
it's
going, bloody
great.
hell.
It is. It's weird. Tony, I think Alan Rickman was an even more evil in Quigley than Die Hard. Oh, really?
Yeah,
Really,
I'd say.
yeah.
I'll tell you that's a line in the sand, and I would turn around and say he's sort of like a sarcastic evil in Die Hard. Yeah, he is more evil in Quigley because it's more a straighter role. Yeah. I'd probably agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting to see that. Yeah.
You haven't got that film.
No. Tony Hawk. Yeah.
I think something might be coming in the post in the next couple. I've got a funny feeling, you know. I'm getting my phone ready. I'm almost there. Going, I know your address here. I know your address. I might. And it's your birthday as well.
Yeah. I know.
I can sort of see it now. Yeah.
Oh, crikey. This is the All Coppers is by the same production team as Revenge and Assault. I didn't know it was regarded as a as trilogy. Yeah. Oh, definitely. They're both good films, Revenge and Assault. Warwick Davis. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I had to go and look it up. I couldn't remember.
I love the Giallo. This is Tony. Never found one yet. That's boring. Sometimes the acting is a bit over the top, but it adds to the films, I think. Oh, right.
See, it's getting me more and more intrigued.
It is. It gets appealing, definitely. Yeah.
It's just nobody's come up with a definite yet.
Yeah.
Give me a definite. Come on. Get them in.
If you need to find out people's filmographies, use Wikipedia. It's a good source. Yeah, it's just I'm a bit lazy. I've got my phone here, and I should be doing it.
So's IMDb.
Letting him get to it.
So's IMDb, and at least IMDb gives you a picture of the poster next to it.
I'm saving my battery. Look. Oh dear. Yeah. I'd recommend Mario Bravo's Blood and Black Lace to start you off. I've heard of that. That title is another title I have definitely heard of.
I've got to write it down now, ain't I?
Yeah, you write that one. Blood and Black Lace. And it's Mario Bava. Oh, I think it's Bava. B-A-V-A.
I know Mario Bravo. I know Mario
He's quite well known, isn't he? In a lot of films.
Well, there used to be a time where they said, and now we present Mario Bravos, blah 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 blah. You know, it goes back to Hollywood when they actually mentioned the name before the name of the film.
It's a beautifully crafted, colourful, saturated murder mystery. Well, that's good.
I've written it down.
Yeah, and also here we are. Also recommended. Now I've got that. I love that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Deep Red,
Dario
Argento film.
Argento is not what I was talking about. It's that
Yeah,
Giallo.
I've got
I
that
know
one.
Dario
Yeah,
Argento,
I loved Argento. Is great.
but it's
Yeah,
just that people keep
yeah,
saying Giallo, and I'm going, what? You know,
yeah,
because I mean, obviously, I've seen Dario
yeah,
Argento is probably because he's
yeah,
probably more well known. I
yeah,
don't know. I really don't
yeah,
know.
yeah. Uh, Another one I really enjoy is What Have They Done to Your Daughters, 1974. It's
What have they
really a
done to your daughter?
hybrid giallo,
Polizetti.
police thriller. Okay, some great chases and gory bits. A cop versus a cleaver, for example. Oh, yeah, you can see why
Yeah.
they get sort of together the violence like that you get in a slasher
Yeah.
film and getting it in sort of a crime kind of
What have they done
film.
to your? Let me write it down.
What Have They Done to Your Daughters? 1974. So that's quite early, an earlier one.
All right, I'm getting there.
Have you got the? You've got that one.
Hang on, done. I can't write that quick. I'm old. See,
What
I've
have
got to
they
the word.
done to
I've got
your
to the word
daughters?
daughters now, so you can get rid of it. Yeah,
Is that all right? Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
I've written 1974 down.
And Peter Strickland's British giallo in Fabric, which is a fantastic
Fabric, right? So it's now
anthology with a
there's one
red
called
dress
Fabric.
that connects each story. I've not heard of that one. I like anthology horror films.
I've written Fabric down.
Yeah.
See, I suppose what I've got to
British
do now
one.
is,
I
I
wonder if
suppose
it's in that one.
I suppose what's going to happen now is I've got to watch these and come back and tell you what I thought about them. So there's 3 films. Bloody hell.
Yeah. Have you watched your Giallo box set yet? No, I haven't watched them.
Yeah, you got a bloody own
I
work
got
to
one
do
on
as
an
well. Then.
Arrow sale, and I haven't got round. I keep getting distracted. I know. I keep saying I'm going to watch it, and I haven't watched it. I picked it up on an Arrow sale for about 20 quid, and it's up there, and I haven't watched it. It's this. I'll show you.
They come in some really nice hard cases, don't they? A big black box with red splatterings all over it.
Isn't it terrible that I've done this? Yeah, look.
Yeah, because that's what Ryan shows off. He shows me off
That's
the
one.
box.
Yeah, there's the
right?
cover. Look at the
yeah,
cover.
so he shows me a box like that, and I go, right,
Yeah.
but what is the quintessential film in that box that makes me want to go out and buy it? And he doesn't tell me. I'm going, bloody hell, man! I want to know what's the film.
I keep forgetting about it. I should watch them. And because I've had it, I've had this ages. I picked it up probably at the beginning of the year, maybe. It was on a flash sale because normally it's 60 quid. It's 60 quid normally, but I mean, heck, 59.99, whatever you call it. But and I saw it. It was 20 quid. I thought, well, I should get it at that price. And I did, and I haven't watched it. So it's reminded me. You see, I've got it up there. I've not even been looking now. Yeah.
Anyway. I'm sorry. You got to get crack-a-lacking with some of these things.
Yeah, I've got. And actually, I was thinking of certain films, spaces in my schedule ahead for the next few weeks. So
I like the way you call. I like the way you call film watching spaces in your schedule.
Yeah, because
I could call them that.
X-Files is on Thursday, and then I'm going. Doctor Who is on this, so I'm thinking, already for the week. It's the only way I can get things done. I have to sort of be organised. It ain't just all shoved together, though it probably looks like it's shoved together.
Mine's called When I'm Not Sleeping and Working.
Yeah, exactly. I've got if I fall
behind. Yours is spaces in your schedule. Jesus Christ! We're going to be going back to Filofax days in a minute. writing things down in folders.
It's like,
Jesus.
well, today I've done next week's X-File review, and I've got to upload that yet. But you see, I've got to keep things going. I'm well
Hang on.
ahead.
Let me get my cyan palm off out. Start writing things down like in my Filofax type.
You'll be saying I'm a yuppie next. Do you remember the word yuppie? Oh God!
Of course I do.
With a big, giant phone.
I'm Delboy, aren't I? I go round the yuppies trying to sell all my wares to the yuppies, don't I? That's Delboy, you know.
Oh dear. Oh. Anyhow, one slasher movie that makes me laugh is the New York Ripper. Oh yeah, I've got that. With the killer doing his Donald Duck impression. I know it does. It makes me laugh. It's so funny that duck. But it's quite a. It was. I think it's one that was. I'm not sure, but whether it was on the the band lift, the video nasties, or it could be one that didn't. That was just sent back because I've watched one of Nigel and Mondo Jelovic's things, and I'm sure they said that could have been one that people assume is on the list, but wasn't. I'm not 100% sure on that. Somebody might know that thing.
I learned so much.
It's so funny.
I learned so much from those two, but I'll tell you what, the amount of information that comes out, it's very hard to digest it in a short space of time.
Yeah. It is a very good film, this. But that Donald Duck impression thing is just it's uncanny. It's so funny. Yeah, that's what I remember that film for. But I've got it. Yeah, I've got a 4K of it even. I got it on some sale a while ago. Yeah.
4K, buy it.
4K, lad.
4K.
Hey. Oh, they're expensive.
You gone technology mad? What the hell's going on? I thought you've only just got to the electric up there. You've got electric gas. Just come from gas.
Put threepence in. Put sixpence in.
Put threepence in.
Or a shilling. I put a shilling in. Yeah. Vinegar Syndrome has some really obscure Giallo releases in their forgotten Giallo box sets. Oh, crikey. They're American out the Vinegar Syndrome.
You know what?
Quite expensive.
I've only got one Vinegar Syndrome release. It was so expensive to get it me to UK. I just turned around and went, do you know what? It's a shame. Because their transfers are some of the best you'll ever see.
Yeah. What did customs charge you for that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
So I bought Showgirls.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Not a particularly great film, but it's just that at the time people were talking about Paul Verhoeven a lot.
That's right. Yeah.
Myself, you know what? I haven't got that in my collection, and I've got all the others in Blu-ray and 4K and all that.
Yeah.
So I heard that there was this Vinegar Syndrome version of Showgirls.
Yeah.
It was so good they even put they even did a disc replacement program, and the replacement is actually in the box set. So you've got the version that was old, which was equally as good, but you've also got the new one in the same box. And I went, do you know what? You've sold me. So I ordered it, but it was just like, by the time it got here, it must have come to, with the postage and the buying it and so forth, it must have come to about 80 quid.
Wow.
Do you know what? You just can't afford that.
Yeah.
80 quid. I mean, people over here are complaining when they're spending 50 quid on an Exorcist box set. I'm spending 80 quid on Showgirls.
Well, yeah.
So it's a shame because Vinegar Syndrome, I'd love to be able to say it's a boutique label that I'd buy a lot more from, because I would.
Yeah.
And they send me emails saying, sorry that that you no longer buy from us. Is there anything that we can entice you with? And it's nothing to do with them. It's to do with the fact they're just too expensive to get the film to me with.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
Well, it's interesting because that the New York Ripper is on Blue Underground, Now that is quite expensive in getting it through America. But what I did is I got it on eBay, and there are some companies who import these American releases,
Oh yeah,
and then they'll sell them on there, and they're cheap, and they'll sell them not at this excessive price.
and
So you get actually quite a bargain, you know.
this is one of the things that I wanted my channel, right, to do. Right, we're a
Yeah,
community of people that have a shared hobby. And from a shared hobby point of view, we should be sharing our knowledge to help each other get what we want.
yeah,
Right now, I've bought comics and statues and all sorts of stuff, right, in the past, and they've all cost me an absolute fortune. You know, if I
yeah,
want to buy a sideshow statue, I would go to the sideshow website and it would say, right, it's going to cost you $700, then it's going to cost you the postage, and then it's going to
oh
cost you
yeah,
customs, etc., etc. Right? But if you're part of a community or a forum, they will tell you, oh, don't do that.
yeah,
Here's a UK company that will order it for you from
yeah,
that site. They'll
yeah,
get your order, put in the bid for 6 or 7
yeah,
of these statues because they've got 7 people that want to buy it. They
yeah,
will then buy 7 off of that company at a discount. The customs would all be paid for by them, and the custom charge would be split between all 7 of us that have bought this one statue that we all want.
yeah,
Now, which is the better option? Stick by yourself and get the thing that you want, and it's going to cost you a fortune, or get together with 7 people to order 7 statues of the same statue and pay one customs charge all the way through
yeah,
it, and you all get it then at the price the Americans are buying it at with no customs. That's the way to do it. So when people turn around to me and say, yeah, there's a UK distribution person that's actually bringing vinegar syndromes, I'm saying, name him.
yeah,
Tell me his email
yeah,
address.
yeah,
Get me this
yeah,
fantastic information. Because I tell
yeah,
you what, I'm so fed up of people showing me on there. Oh, by the way, I got this from a
yeah,
boutique website. Oh, unfortunately, it's out of print now, but I'm just letting you know that I got my copy. Thanks very much. I'm going, well, yeah, you bastard. Thanks very much. Telling me afterwards,
yeah,
I can't get this fantastic thing you're just about to show me.
yeah.
I
So
thought I was
you
a mate.
want names of sites?
I thought I was a mate. I thought you were going to be telling me
Yeah,
where I could,
yeah,
you know, if you go to Amazon Italy at the moment, you'll get this, you know.
yeah. A lot of people do that. They will say that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
Euphoria
good
Pictures
idea.
is a person that comes to mind where I say he's fantastic because he will tell you
Keith. Yeah,
where he got that from and how
yeah,
cheap it is.
yeah,
What I don't like is somebody that turns around with a right smug face and says, look what I got. And I
yeah,
got this
yeah,
for a pittance. Oh, by the way, if you go on eBay, you might find one for £100. Well, fuck you.
yeah. I know. Yeah,
That's all I
yeah,
got to say. Why don't you tell me about it when it meant something?
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's too late. Yeah. There is one bit of advice I would give, and things like some of the Scream Factory releases.
Yeah.
Now, um, if you look on eBay, often again you get them on there a good price, and even Amazon sometimes. Amazon will have them, and you won't have to pay anything extra. But on the other hand, if you go to some uh, sites, you're having to pay extra on that. So always look when you're buying something like the Scream Factory do some
Well,
great
the only
releases.
person that's helped me with Screen Factory, and I'll mention his name again because he's brilliant, and that's Nigel.
Yeah,
He was the one who turned around to me and said, "You do know that Screen Factory is a part of is really a part of Zavi."
yeah,
Oh, is it right? Okay, I'm pretty
yeah,
sure he told me this. He
yeah,
said their website looks almost identical, and when you buy something, you get points. And when you get the points, then
yeah. You
basically
can
you will
build them
get
up. Yeah,
bargain on the next thing.
yeah,
The only
yeah,
difficulty is that sometimes you will get a custom charge, and other times it will just get through
yeah,
customs and it won't cost you a thing.
yeah,
So you need to keep your eyes open for something that you really,
yeah,
really want. Order it. Hopefully,
yeah,
you'll then get the points, and then when something that you really, really want comes along again, you've
yeah,
got the points that will knock the price off, and it makes it so much sort of like
yeah,
better for yourself. The problem is the points also have a life spell. So after not using them for a long
yeah,
period of time, those points drop off. And I went, Right. So is it therefore better for you to buy off of eBay than it is to build up the points and do it through the website? Which is the better route? And nobody comes up with the answer to that. Nobody has
I
got an answer.
honestly, yeah,
It's
um,
it's working out yourself.
yeah,
And I'm
it's
going, all right.
and also I don't understand the customs. In the past, I wouldn't do it now when I have risked buying things. Sometimes I've had two charges. I've had I've had their postage charge, then you have
Yeah,
a customs charge, and then I had one of these courier companies delivering it and charging some even more,
yeah, yeah.
that is disgusting.
It's
I
the same old
really
it's the same old we're tax free times on petrol brigade thing, isn't
and
it?
that is wrong. That is so wrong. So when that happened to him once, and I thought, right, I'm never going to order anything like that again. So always I go through eBay and or Amazon. Obviously, if Amazon,
Music
then that's
Magpie.
it. Yeah, a Music Magpie, of course. Why not? You save a bob or two.
I've got to
But
mention your favourite.
yeah, you see, I don't often do that, but if there's something really, really special that I want that I know hadn't been released in this country, then I might go for it. And I did, which was with the Dead Zone. I got the 4K copy of the Dead Zone because it's one of my all-time favorite films.
Yeah, yeah.
That is Scream Factory. And I just got it through eBay. You know, that was the
Yeah.
best way to do it. It really was. I wouldn't have gone and paid any extra for it with customs. If I know
No.
there's customs involved, I'm not going to bother because I've been stung and I was disgusted with it. I can't see how this other company could suddenly be charging even more extra when I've already paid all that. I mean, that was in a way, that was 3 payments you were making. You were making their delivery charge of the company that you're buying it from. Then you were paying customs, and then you were paying this blooming transport company. And it was one of big names, and I've forgotten them because when I see them, I
probably
can
every.
feel the
It's
hatred
probably
rising.
it's probably every. They're
That's
forever
it.
doing it.
Somebody
They're
like
forever
that.
doing it. Every.
If I see their van, the blood pressure and everything suddenly starts to rise. Oh my God. Because when the bloke knocked at the door and said, "Oh, this is," I think he said something like £15. And I went, "You what?" I said, and he got all funny. And I had no choice but to pay it. And I was furious. I was absolutely furious. I've never forgotten that.
You know what?
Yeah.
If it wasn't a film that you really, really wanted, I'd be sort of like accustomed to turn around and say, you
Yeah.
know what? Take that back for a moment
Yeah.
because I'm not signing for it, which means it's undelivered. And then I'd go
Yeah.
back to the company that I got it from and said, do you know what? You're charging me for a film, then you're
Yeah.
charging me the postage. I've been charged custom, and now I've got another bloke. And to be
Yeah.
quite honest, the 3 lots of postage is now 2
Yeah.
times the amount of the actual disc that I'm buying it. I'm
Yeah.
now not accepting the order, and I will be
Yeah.
contacting my credit card company, and I will
Oh,
be saying that
yeah.
I want my money back for this because, as far as I'm concerned, on your website you didn't tell me
Yeah.
that I would be paying 3 lots of
These
postage.
extra.
Um,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the postage is now twice what the cost of the bloody film is.
Yeah.
I'll,
Exactly.
and then they've got to pay for it to be returned to them.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, that's it.
So not only did you get your money back, but they wasted
Yeah.
their whole time sending it because they've
Yeah.
got to now pay for the return postage
Yeah.
to go back to them
Yeah.
as a return
That's
to
probably why
as a
some of
return
them.
to sender.
Yeah.
So,
Some of them don't send, do they? There's some companies that won't send from America, probably
well,
because
yeah,
they've been
I think
done.
it's because of those. I think it's because of those types of
Yeah.
it's gone missing in the post. We've got
Yeah.
no proof that it's been delivered type things. So, you know,
Is it is it a Criterion collection people? They have a separate lot they release in this country, don't they? But do they
it's
have
supposed to be
sending?
it's supposed to be simpler with Criterion now because they've got a new distributor in Sony.
Oh, right.
I think what happened was Criterion had such a good name, but then they sullied their whole name when Blu-ray came out.
Yeah.
I think then they became overpriced and bland, is what most people will say.
Yeah. Yeah.
What happened? And what happened? What I know of is that they used to tell people what was coming out, and then it turned into we haven't heard from Criterion for a long time, and then suddenly they'd announce 5 films, but they never put the dates that you'd be able to pre-order it from or anything until the point where Sony have now taken over, and I think they're supposed to be now broadcasting to a lot of people exact dates that these films are actually coming out to make it more benefit for us as people that want to.
Because I've noticed HMV now have them, don't they, on sale sometimes? You know, in an actual included in a sale on
the very first Criterion Laserdisc I bought was Some Like It Hot, right?
Oh, right, yeah.
Right. Now, when Some Like It Hot came out on DVD, it was on Criterion again, and I bought it, right? When it came out on Blu-ray, right, couldn't find it in the UK for love nor money. And when it came out on 4K, it was an American-only release.
Yeah. Oh.
Right. Now, I knew 4K was region-free.
Yep. That's right.
I instantly bought it.
Yeah.
Right. But how things have changed. Some Like It Hot was a prestigious Criterion release on Laserdisc. It was a prestigious film to buy in the DVD collection that you could get over here.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you can see that there's this gap. And it happens around Blu-ray where it's over here, it's not over here. It's over in America, it's not, but it's not in the UK. It's in the UK, but it's not in America. And blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It annoys me, really.
Yeah.
It's the same bloody company.
Yeah.
Can't you just bring out the... I know international law is a bit difficult at the moment when it comes to marketing and distribution and all of that sort of stuff. But I think you've got enough might behind your name to get past the licensing issues for a Criterion release.
I have got one more moan. I might as well get the moans out about these. Amazon. How come that American Amazon have wonderful, wonderful reductions? You see all these YouTube videos where you go there to your Amazon, you know, get your wonderful deals, you know, and they really are genuinely good prices. Here we have an Amazon sale, and you're going, what? What's that? Do we ever get a proper, genuine Amazon sale?
There is a website that tells you when Amazon have shown a product more than 5 times and when has been the cheapest time, and it's never on the Black Friday. Never on the Black Friday. It's really on another sale, right? Another sale day that I didn't even know was going on, to be quite honest. But I look at Amazon with sales as being the same as Dreams having a sale. In fact, I think Dreams have a 360-day sale, and there's only 2 or 5 days in the whole of the year where there isn't a sale going on, and that's when they're shut at Christmas and Boxing Day. So, because I mean, as soon as one sale ends, they've started another one.
Actually, the only time you ever get a bargain on Amazon is when they've made a mistake in the pricing, and someone dive over. They're selling this at a ridiculous price.
They did that to me with the recent release of Rocky Balboa Steelbook. Right, it went down. Somebody on Facebook said, quick, it's gone down to £19, right? It's not even out yet, right? And it's been reduced to £19. Everybody and their mother and father went there and ordered that at $19.95, and then everybody got the email 2 days later saying, we have cancelled your order, but please be aware that you can reorder. It's just that we made a problem and a mistake with our pricing. And if you look at the small print, you'll see that we have the reserve to actually honor that deal or not. So we've cancelled your order, but please feel free to order it from again. It's now at the correct price. And I went, you bastard. Too many people, you see, turn around.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be quiet. People have to sneak through, don't they? Tony Hawk, I have one of those forgotten Giallo sets. Most of the others I already had on single discs. Some Spanish ones on there are very interesting. Oh yeah, because Spain, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the first box set, wasn't particularly keen, so sold it on eBay and put and got more than I paid for it. Hey, you're on a winner. That is, you're getting more than you paid for it. By heck. Yes, they are expensive, but I got the standard version without the fancy hard box. Yeah, I wouldn't have got that. I just bought it because it was cheap. Quickly. Uh, uh, um, what is regarded as the first giallo? The Girl Who Knew Too Much, 1963. A black and white, also by Bava. There you are. So it's got a history, 1963.
Well, I've got some history here because I've got some that Muckman has basically said I'd start here.
Yeah.
And you've also got here that tells me what his first film was. Here, so you got a starting point.
Yeah.
So obviously, I've got 3 films written down, and I'll start there.
Yeah.
And it's good to know that that's one that you need to go to.
Yeah.
It isn't considered to be the classics like the 3 that have been mentioned.
Yeah.
This is where you start off from.
Yeah.
I can then go there if I really like them. I might find them really boring and not want to. I don't know. I'll watch those 3 with interest anyway. Because people here are so nice that they've written down what they think is their opinion. And that's what I like. This is where I mention in my blog all the time that I do this. And I do this because I've got there's such a nice amount of people out there that really want to help.
Yeah, that's
what I mean? I think if we all work together, we can all help ourselves. I'm not a person that hides behind something that says, I've got this, and I'm not telling you where I got it from.
Yeah.
If I know of a bargain, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
I mentioned last week that I was so excited because I got my replacement discs to the Rocky Balboa set. Now, Rocky Balboa came out with a 4-disc set in steelbook format. And everybody complained that there were too many defects on the disc. They're high pitched, all of that sort of stuff. Somebody posted on Facebook an address to Warner Brothers that said, if you write your address to this company here, it's part of Warner Brothers, so there's no problem. How did you show them the receipt on where you bought it? They'll send you the replacement discs because the later discs that have come out this year are the same discs with all the problems fixed. Yeah. So, of course, that's somebody wanting to help. And I dare say they then got inundated with all these letters going, I've just found out. All I need to do is give you my till receipt and I'm going to get these discs, right? I did exactly that. A week later, I got a box set of Rocky films and it says, here is your replacement discs. It's part of this collection, but the discs are the same. Just take these discs out and put them in your steel books, and there you are.
Fantastic.
You've got your replacement
That's
discs.
great. Great service.
Marvelous.
That's
the
brilliant.
Trouble is, unless someone like me comes onto YouTube and tells you that there's a replacement disc program, no bugger knows about it.
Yeah.
Where is the recall program that says, everybody who bought this from Zavi, go to this website and get your discs replaced, right? Where is the quality check that says this is going on? It was only fortuitous that I was part of a Facebook group that somebody turned around and said, this is going on. It's a thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So anybody who's out there, by the way, if you bought those steel books and you were so fed up of the fact that they've got errors and problems with them, I'll tell Ian and they'll put the address, I think, that you can email. You can get your replacement discs because all it is an email address. It's only an email address. You just basically
I can put it in the comments.
I'll put it in the comments. The only reason I wasn't going to put it in as a comment is that I think email addresses get blocked when you try to post, which is why Ian would need to put it in his description.
Yeah, if you give me details, I'll do it.
So all I'm saying is I might do, if enough people want it, I'll certainly put the email address that I sent it to.
Yeah, no problem.
And I can tell you now, I got four Rocky films in the post. It cost me a penny. No postage, nothing.
Exactly. Isn't that great when they do that? Right. That's it. Tony would say, in fabric, not just fabric.
Oh, right. So it's the film's called In Fabric, not Fabric. Okay, let me write that down.
In fabric.
Carry on.
Yeah. Tony Hart, come on, Ian, get it watched. I want to see your reviews. Oh yeah, I know. I'm getting told about my the box set. Richard Brown. Is that Burbian Sound Studio? It's a weird film about a sound engineer dubbing a giallo film. Oh, I'm not heard of that. There you are.
I think that's how you say it. Barbarian. Barbarian Sound Studio is a weird film about a sound engineer dubbing a giallo film.
Oh, you think it's Barbarian Sound Studio?
Barbarian would be BAR, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That makes sense.
This is Barbarian.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, not Serbian.
Unless somebody spelt it wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Burbian Sound Studio. Barbarian. Anyway.
Barbarian.
Sound engineer dubbing a giallo film. All right.
Anyway, I think we've got that now.
Yeah. Tony, I have that box set, Ian. Oh God, I've really been putting pressure on. But it's on my you haven't seen it. It's on my watch file, which is much too big. Oh, I've got a massive watch file as well. Yeah, it's a good one, that your watch files. Yeah. Tell you what, Maggie T introduced Yuppies. Yes, that's it. Yeah, we're on about Yuppies, I mentioned. Yeah. Oh yes, Mrs. Thatcher. Yes. But I just Yuppies were I remember going into all the shops. I think it was somewhere like Smith's, and the whole thing was covered in filofaxes. They were everywhere, those blooming filofaxes. They were just crazy.
Little card inserts and rulers for your filofax.
People loved fiddling about with them.
And nobody batted an eyelid that there was this empty filofax with nothing in it that was leather bound, and it would cost you 110 quid. And you go,
oh, they were making loads of money.
The more expensive, the better. In fact, this one is 100. This one's 120 pounds because we've got a little stamp that goes in the right hand corner to show you that it's
bollocks. Yeah. Ridiculous. Anyhow, Mukbang movies. I wasn't keen on. Look, Barbarian sounds.
It is spelled correct.
Yeah, it is. I think that must be them. That's the right spelling. But I know a couple of film buffs who really like it. I like Peter Strickland's Duke of Burgundy, though. It's an erotic story of domination and submission. Hey up. Sounds one. Yeah.
Hey up. Hey, my good.
Hey up. Some mucky goings on there.
Mucky goings on.
Aye. Aye. Killer Nun. 1979 combines nunsploitation. Oh, you can't beat a bit of nunsploitation with giallo. And has Anita Ergberg as a nun. Is that in this one? I wonder. I'm sure there is one of them nuns. Some of them getting interested. I like nun exploitations. Yeah, we'll have a look at that. Yes, you can't beat it. I know. What's it? Arrow have released one quite recently, which is a nun exploitation thing. Yeah. Let's have a look.
I'm gonna have to go and get a drink.
Hello.
I'm gonna have to go and get a drink in a minute.
Yeah, and we mentioned your channel earlier. Yeah, your network, fantastic video, fantastic network, and we're looking forward to more.
Oh yeah, I plugged Jim Jam last Sunday.
Yeah. And what have I missed? Oh, crikey. A whole lots of stuff. I don't know. Just lots and lots. Lots. Yeah. We did mention about network, and Delboy was mentioning about the new company and its releases that have just started to appear on Amazon, like the World at War series.
World at War's out on Blu-ray.
Yeah. And the
Jack the Ripper
one, yeah, Jack the Ripper on network as well.
I'm just going to go and get a drink here.
Sorry, not on network, on this new level. But yeah, that's
right.
what we're saying.
Right.
Yeah. Let's have a look else. And then Tony, evening, Jim John. Enjoyed your network video. Yeah, it was great. Jim Jam movies and TV. Hi, mate. That's Danny says that. And Jim Jam movies and TV. I've ordered the complete Please Sir Fen Street collection. Got it for 42 quid on Rare Waves. 19 discs. Wow. That would be. I'll see if Delboy remembers this. Please, sir. Yeah. That's an amazing. That's really good. He's coming. I've got one for you. See if you remember this. You should do. It says this is what Jim Jam Movies is saying. I've ordered the complete Please Sir Fen Street collection. Got it for 42 quid on Rare Waves. 19 discs. Yeah, Rare Waves is a good place to
Rare Waves rings a bell with me. Please Sir, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously everybody knows the tune to that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going for 42 quid is a good price. 19 discs. Wow.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not that familiar that it hasn't been out before as a full set and what the price was on it.
Yeah.
Because I know that companies love to do. Here's the original that cost a fortune, and then here's an eco version that comes out in a slip. That's cheap and it's like a third of the price. And then they release it again because a company goes and somebody else brings it out. So I'm not quite sure whether 42 quid 19 discs is the price or not.
No.
I'm just so happy, Jim Jam, that you got what you want, because I tell you what, it's so hard these days to. I was saying to Nigel the other day, I said, look, now that you've got Man About the House, now that you've got George and Mildred, now you've got Robin's Nest, you've got a piece of history, because that basically is the trilogy that makes up that Robin's journey, you know, Robin's Nest, Robin's journey in that comedy set. So as far as I'm concerned, it's getting harder and harder for you to be able to keep doing that, you know, to build up your collection and get series that intertwine like that, because the companies go bust, they go out of print, and you've only got 2 of the 3 and all of this sort of stuff. That's what's happening to everybody, I think, at the moment. So I'm so glad that you got it, matey. That's all I can say.
Now we've got Jim Jam Movies and TV. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate that, bud. Then we've got hi, Danny. Jim Jam says, Tony. Yes, I just mentioned Rare Waves. I always found them a good retailer. Yeah, I keep coming across them. Wednesday night, I just got better seeing you two legends. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Salute to you, sir. Salute to you, for God's sake.
So we were on about your video earlier on, weren't we? And we really enjoyed it. Absolutely. The story about customs from Ian sounds like something that would happen to Unlucky Alf, that character from the Fast Show. Oh God, the Fast Show!
I remember Unlucky Alf.
I have got some Fast Show on DVD. Oh, love the Unlucky Alf. Yeah. Oh God,
I used to like the weather girl on that. Scotchio.
Oh yeah, Scotchio. Yes, yeah. Oh, that was the wonderful Caroline Ahern.
Yeah.
Oh, I always feel sad when I think
when you hear about it. Yeah.
So young. Oh, she was great. What time we staying up till? I have no idea of when this goes on.
I'll tell you what, Ian. Look, I'll give you a time. I'll be able to do this up until 12.
I'm just looking now. Let's get through some.
No, I'm just letting you know. It's now 3 minutes past 12.
Yeah.
I'll put a line in the sand. I can do this till about 12:30. How's that? So
We'll carry on.
If we
let's
end
get through
before,
these.
then that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you
Yeah.
know. Beyond that,
Yeah.
it's going to get a bit hard for me with work tomorrow.
We're going to try. We'll get through some more of these. Among my movies, Evening Jim Jam, and then Jim Jam Evening Mate. Tony, they have been known to carry on until about 12:30. Hey,
there you go.
We've got psychic stuff going on here. By heck, what's going on? Thanks, Tony, mate. As long as we keep the chat going.
Oh, shush, Tony. We were going to go to bed early to you, you gob.
Part 2 of my network collection goes live Friday evening, 6 p.m. Oh, brilliant.
Something to look forward to
next part. Yeah. Then part 3 is Monday evening.
Which is the by the way, everybody, that is the bank holiday Monday. Just remember, we've got a nice bank holiday we're coming up to.
That's true. Richard Brown, never liked Criterion, prefer BFI. Oh yeah, BFI, of course.
I look at them as two independents. I mean, BFI is the British film industry.
Yeah, they do some great
Criterion is sort of like a more collection of everything. World cinema, absolutely everything. You know, if you didn't have, but I'll tell you what, both have enlightened us and entertained us through the years. And and to be quite honest, BFI is easier for me to like than Criterion because BFI don't do any pretense about it being only available here and not over there. Sort of stuff. So you know, so but Criterion were a brilliant label. Don't get me wrong. Criterion were up there. My God, it was like the gold edition of films.
Yeah. Tony says, yes, I'll be watching. Network videos. Don't think I have any Criterion.
Tony, Tony, if you really want two that I think everybody should own, Blowout.
Oh yeah.
After Hours. Both Criterion releases. Both have a UK release over here. I think other than Blowout. I think Blowout's only American. But those would be valued films in your collection as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I don't know what your feelings are on films, but I would say if you show to somebody After Hours, nobody's going to turn around and say, that piece of shit.
Yeah.
It's a good film.
Yeah.
And Criterion did a fantastic job on that.
Yeah. Now we've got Jim Jam saying, I'll be honest, I don't own a single Criterion release. I'm more of a BFI person. Yeah.
Well, my favorite BFI title is Get Carter.
Yeah, of course.
It was absolutely out the park and out of the dark.
Yeah, it was
release when that came out. I went, wow.
Yeah.
Now then, I heard that Watership Down was coming out, and I went, whoa! Now you really be interested.
It's gone.
And then where's that?
Yeah. I know.
Bloody hell.
Let's see. Jim Jam movies and TV. Look up Old Gold Media. They're doing some network titles. Oh yeah, that's what we've talked about. Yeah, I know. It's looking good there. So this is a question. What is the most times you've bought the same film for various reasons, e.g. alternative artwork, new special features?
Bloody easy, this answer, I'll tell you. You want me to go first?
Yeah, you go first.
Two franchises. Star Trek, Marvel. Every single time the Spider-Man's out, there is an alternate of this, an alternate of that. It's coming across in a lenticular cover. It's coming out as a steel book. It's coming out in a trilogy. It's coming. Star Wars the motion picture, for God's sake, and all the others. They've been out in tin sets, a 50th anniversary set, a four film set, an 8 film set, a box set, a set all together, a 50th anniversary with Picard series set, they pin badge set. Oh, I could go on and on and on and on forever. But I have been pretty much collared every time and put up with it with those two franchises. I've basically said, I don't give a shit. I'm going to buy it as soon as it's out. I've got it on my shelf 5 times. I've got a space for a 6th. I don't care. It's there. It's going to be there.
I think you need help from the doctors.
I do. Ridiculous. It's like, how many times can you sell me the same? Look, it's the old allergy of the how many times can the Beatles sell you the White Album?
Yeah.
Right? It's come out on tape, it's come out on vinyl, it's come
everything.
Out on DVD, it's come out as a 10th anniversary, a 20th anniversary, a 50th anniversary, a bloody we'll be buying it in every format that comes out. It's come out on mini disc, it's come out.
Oh, crikey.
Fisher Price plastic record with little dots, Glockenspiel type edition that's been out on. You know what I mean? You can buy it when you're 18 months old on a little record player for a flipping baby.
Oh.
You know, as a music box. You know, a little ballerina comes out and it'll be the White Album. The White Album music box edition.
Oh, crikey. Oh. So that's let's see. Oh,
what's yours then?
Well, I haven't got quite this obsession. I can't afford it. I would. I mean, Blade Runner. I've got quite a few copies of Blade Runner.
There's the number I've got.
I've got far from all those special editions. I just can't afford.
I counted those up the other day. I have got 15 editions of Blade Runner.
Oh God. The other film, the only other film I'm just obsessed with is, I've probably mentioned it before because nobody else is quite the same, is Dune Lynch editions 1984.
Oh, my June 2's
I love Dune 1984. I've even got blooming jigsaw puzzles of Dune 1984.
My June 2. It's funny you mentioned June because my June 2 got released, has been posted to me today.
Oh,
by HMV. It says, by the way, just to let you know, we've posted your June 2 today.
Oh, well, that's nice. Yeah,
thank you.
But yeah, so that would be my question. I've got DVD. The only thing I haven't got, and I've been so tempted, but it goes against all that I normally stand for, is getting the dreaded VHS copy, which I did have. I had about 2 or 3 versions on VHF with different covers, and I got rid of them because I was fed up with VHS. And now sometimes I look on eBay and I'm nearly tempted, but I'm restraining myself because I'm thinking this is going against my principles about VHS. But it's very difficult because when it comes to Dune, I think, oh, I really should have that. But anyhow, so that's it. That's where I'd say, right. But yeah, nothing I'm after from them at the moment, Danny. All right. I'm boycotting Amazon at the moment. I ordered some Blu-rays and a book last week, and they sent a water filter and ice cube tray. True story. You poor God, imagine the disappointment. Oh, look. Oh, crikey. Yeah.
I look at that. I tell you what, though, I look at those as free gifts because every time something like that's happened, and it has happened,
yeah,
I've phoned them up and not phoned them up, I've complained. And they've come back saying, you can keep those, we'll send you the proper item, it'll be with you tomorrow. Yeah. So I've got my book, I've got my Blu-ray, and I've managed to get a water filter and an ice cube tray out of them for nothing. Brilliant. Marvellous.
An ice cube tray can't cost much, can it? I mean, God, I don't know.
What's really annoying is when you buy something really expensive and it turns out that they've sent you a bloody a pad or something,
Yeah.
you know,
Your
a ring
special super.
ring binder pad or something.
Yeah.
I bought some Samsung Galaxy Bud earbuds, you know, that for
Yeah.
around 199 quid, right? And they turned up, and it was the inserts of a Filofax or something that was in there, and I turned around, no,
Filofax again.
all right. And,
Yeah.
I turned around and I said, I don't want to say anything to you. I said, but I've just spent 199 quid, and you've sent me £5 paper inserts for something. Here's the photograph for it. They said, here is a £20 voucher, and we will send the product out to you. It'll be with you tomorrow. I told her it was a birthday present. I said, this is going to arrive. Even if you correct this so it arrives tomorrow, it's the day of the birthday. It's pretty, you know, I laid it on pretty thick. And they got it to me before 12 o'clock the next day, plus a £20 off voucher, and I got the inserts of a Filofax. It's brilliant. I turned around and said, Amazon are brilliant. I get free gifts on them all the time. Marvelous.
Danny says, Jim Jam movies and TV, cool. Jim Jam, what is your perfect night of entertainment? You can only choose 5 shows and 2 films. Whew, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I don't know what direction to go in with this.
It'd have
Do you
to
want
be
me to go first, or do you want to go first?
You go first, and it'll have to be quick because we've got 15 more minutes.
Right. Okay. Perfect night of entertainment. Right. A Doctor Who classic story, and it's got to be Robots of Death. You thought I was going to say the Tomb of the Cybermen, but the Robots of Death starts off.
Hang on, before you go any further, you only have to say Doctor Who. He says 5 shows. You don't have to say individual bloody episodes from it.
Yeah, and then of course classic Star Trek, City on the Edge of Forever, and then let's see. Oh God, we've got 5 shows to film. Okay, yeah. Star Trek Next Generation. You can see where I can pick that. It's valid. Yesterday's Enterprise. Let's see. Yeah, I know. For the 4th one would be Sliders, the pilot episode. I love the pilot. It's one of my favorite comfort shows, Sliders, the first 3 seasons, anyhow. So that's another show. And then finally, comedy. We'll have some comedy. Basil the Rat, Faulty Towers.
He said 5, not 55. When am I going to get?
I've done 5. I've done 5 shows, and then 2 films. Okay, 2 films. What can we pick?
I reckon ladies and gentlemen, this guy's cheating.
Okay. I won't go for obvious. I won't go for Blade Runner or Dune. I could do, but I won't. I'll go for another obvious one, Dead Zone. How more entertaining can you have than the Dead Zone? And also, I will go for oh crikey. 10 Rillington Place. There you are.
Finished?
Yep. What do you think?
Right.
You want to choose any of them? No.
Shut up for a minute now. I'm going to start talking. Right, here we go. And it'll be bloody quicker than you. Right. Yeah. 5 shows.
Right.
Classic Doctor Who. So anything up to 1988, I think it was when it sort of like ended. Star Trek, the original series. Twilight Zone, the original series. Outer Limits, new or old, don't care. Bundle it all up together. And as a comedy, we'll go with Only Fools and Horses. They are 5 shows, 2 films. Let me think. Some Like It Hot and Blade Runner. Yeah.
I knew you couldn't resist Blade Runner.
Oh yeah.
Anyhow, I knew it, but I did. I thought I was very
I could
good.
have said Planet of the Apes and Blade Runner.
Yeah. My two favorite films, Dune and Blade
But
Runner.
as much as I love science fiction, I always have to turn around and say I'm sorry, but look, one of the biggest things that's not going on at the moment that should be going on, that has been in my life all my life, is comedy in media. Right?
Yeah.
Where have all the comedies from Hollywood gone? Where are all the sitcoms gone that I used to watch in the 70s and 80s and all of that sort of stuff? So as far as I'm concerned, I put Some Like It Hot in there because it's a comedy. It's a really wilder comedy at that. Only Fools and Horses. I mean, John Sullivan, brilliant. I could have chosen anything I wanted, really. I could have put in there George and Mildred. I could have put, I'm going to put anything in there, right?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have been wrong. I could have said Steptoe and Son. There you are, Ray Galton. I mean, how can you go wrong with a bloody
I know.
Right?
I agree.
It's just that I don't want to go so top heavy that it's like science fiction, science fiction, science fiction, science fiction. I mean, so look, I need to have something that would break it up and show that there is comedy in the world. So that's why
I chose one show. You have to have a bit of comedy.
I mean, I could have turned around and said, in my films, The Amazing Mr. Blunden, I've got as much. I've got as much of a connection with that as I have with the other two films that I mentioned.
Yeah.
Anyway, next.
Let's go on to the next one. Tony Hawk. I'm ordering from a company called Hive instead. They post to your home, or you can collect from a local bookshop, in their list of participating retailers. I've never heard of Hive. I don't know who they are as a company. If they're good, if they work well, that's good. Muckman Movies. I managed to get Cronenberg's Crimes of the Future from Amazon cheap.
Oh, I got that from Zavi. I got that from Zavi when it came out.
He said he had to wait a couple of months after its release date until they honored the wrong price.
You'll never get that from Zavi. You'll only ever get Amazon that will honor.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
That's really bad.
And I tell you what, that box set came out. It was quite a luxurious box set because it's quite thick.
Yeah.
But really, to be quite honest, it's not that interesting a film. The box is more interesting, probably than the film is.
It does happen. Some films get a lavish release and perhaps don't always.
I remember I put the theatrical trailer in my blog, like I put in my trailers at the end. And nobody once commented about Cronenberg's film. They mentioned all the other trailers. Love that trailer section. When it came to the Cronenberg one, nobody mentioned a bat and an island over it. They turned around and didn't say that doesn't fill me with anything fantastic.
In a way, it doesn't surprise me. For me personally, I love early Cronenberg, but his later stuff hasn't really excited me.
Stuff around Videodrome was good, I think.
Yeah. Really. Well, yeah. I mean, we can all mention, and the stuff that he did. Dead Zone, of course.
Yeah.
Again. But I know people forget and think, crikey, he directed Dead Zone, Videodrome, which are absolute major films, but he also did a lot more cult type films, which are very good as well. Anyhow, let's see. This community has grown so much over the years. Yeah, it is growing, and
I just wish it was slightly tighter. That's all. With telling people. Telling people secrets about where they get things and stuff. I mean, it took me years and years and years to work out where people got their steelbook covers or, the plastic perspex stuff. Right? I didn't know they were called steelbook inserts or whatever they call them, right? So of course you had to put in random words to get to the same point that somebody else already knew. And YouTube don't make it easy for you to work out where people, how you can contact them. So you can't get them on Facebook. You can't get them on Instagram. You have no idea, because some people are very personal and only put, I've got a YouTube channel. I don't tell you about anything else.
I didn't know much about Instagram at all. I've gone on it, but I still not in a great
So
deal.
it really annoyed me
Yeah,
that people had got
yeah,
these Japanese editions
yeah,
of steel books, and they got them from over here because they knew of a distributor over
yeah,
here. I always thought they
yeah,
were out of my reach. I can't have them.
yeah. Well, at least you're learning more as you, and I think it's good as we're going along. We can get this sort of information. It's good. Anyway, let's get some more. Del, do you plan on ordering anything from the new network replacement company?
Yeah, easy. Straight after this broadcast, Jack the Ripper. Next.
Yeah. And thoughts on the Titanic 4K? Is it worth getting? I
As a
don't
snack,
honestly
as a
know. I've got
snack,
on Blu-ray, but I don't know.
yeah, Ian. I think it's addressed at me because in my blog I showed the full
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah,
wide 25th
yeah.
anniversary
Oh,
one.
yeah, of course you did. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I did. Yeah,
Oh no, it's all right. I'm
yeah,
just letting you know
yeah,
if he wanted
yeah,
the opinion from me.
yeah. You
Um,
say what?
that that box set I got with a voucher, right? And if it didn't come with a voucher, it's the biggest rip-off you'll ever see in your life. For £100, you get memorabilia like the the card that's got your name on it when you're at the table for the captain's meal, right? You've got the menu on the captain's table for ordering the food in the Titanic, right? You've got all of this memorabilia, right?
Yeah,
You've got a nice hard book, which is brilliant. You've got the film, brilliant, and you've got this other memorabilia stuff. And they turn around and say, £100, please. You go, £100? Because it's honestly, you might as well just get the free disc slipcase one for about 22 quid. It's still got the same bloody film on it, the same transfer. You just don't get the hardback book and the memorabilia, and the memorabilia is shit.
mm.
Pieces
I'm
of
sure.
pieces of cardboard with the characters' names on them, where they were going to be sitting at the captain's table for a meal on the Titanic. Is not what I consider to be top end stuff. You know what I mean? I got it with a £25 voucher off.
Yeah,
So even at 75 quid, it's a rip off.
yeah. I was thinking though. I bet the 4K is more nearer 30 quid, just a standard edition now.
Yeah,
All prices have gone up.
I think
They
it
have
came
gone
out
up.
for 24.95, and I
Yeah.
think if you look for it now, it's around about
What I
29.
would recommend, and I'm gonna perhaps do it more myself because I haven't bought some recent releases, is wait for HMV to put their offers, and these will go in. Titanic will
Oh
go
yeah,
in to the offers, and they're offering now. Even they've actually gone up, but you can get now 2 for 30 quid. 4Ks, which is not bad, is it? That's 15
the
quid.
only time I disagree with you, Ian, on that one is that Titanic is a James Cameron film. I don't think you're going to see the likes of Aliens and True Lies in a pack deal of 2 for 30 quid. They pretty much sold out when the first run of them came out. Do you know what I mean?
I didn't
Right?
know that.
And you can't even get the Abyss in this country.
Oh well,
Right?
I know that because it censors.
Right.
That was
So
an
all I'm saying
American.
to you is,
Yeah,
I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't think you'll see Aliens and True Lies 2 for 15 quid, along with a load of other stuff. I've gone to different Amazon sites and I've seen it say out of stock, and we don't even know if we're going to get
is it
this back
already
in.
out of stock? I didn't know that.
You got to remember that I think they're pretty tight with their numbers at the moment in regards to physical media.
Oh,
That I think that was too high up a title, that the people who didn't want it now, there isn't many other people outside to get
that's really
to
bad.
get a copy. Titanic is different. Titanic came out before all of this AI nonsense.
Yeah,
Got brought. I think it was a year earlier.
yeah. I've got a Blu-ray copy of it, and I'm
some
quite
people
happy
turned
with
around
that.
and said, if you had the steel Blu-ray edition of the Titanic, this is not worth you getting. And
I'm
if
happy
Jim
with
was
mine.
asking me what the picture is like, the picture's good.
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong, the colours pop. It's not It's the characters don't look too waxy, but you can see DNR has been added. If you wanted to know my honest opinion, there is DNR there. It's a good release, but it's not Jaws release. It's not Get Carter release. It's not 2001. Sorry, Ian, I have to mention.
No, it's all right. No, I understand. A lot of people love it. No,
it is not Maverick. It is not Maverick. It is not any of those transfers.
Yeah. I mean,
it should have been, because it's Titanic and it's the most, what is it? For years and years and years, the most profitable film Hollywood has ever made in its life.
Yeah, it's an important film. There's no doubt about it.
So you just don't understand really sometimes why the transfer is like it is.
Yeah. I mean, I don't feel in a rush, really purely for financial reasons, and what I've heard is Aliens. I haven't bought it yet. When I'll get it, I don't know. If I will get it. If I didn't get it, I won't be upset. I'm very happy with my box set. I've obviously got Alien on 4K. Because to me that's my
but you see, this is where I have to turn around and say, look, if anybody can help me out, I bought Alien 4K, brilliant, right? I missed the steelbook.
Yeah.
I did not buy the steelbook because I didn't have a 4K TV. I bought the Blu-ray steelbook when the 4K steelbook came out. Years later, when I found out it was a reference disc, I could only buy the slipcover edition of it. Now, I wouldn't be like you, worried a little bit about Aliens, right? Because it's going to appear in a box set. Called the 4K release, not too long away.
Yeah.
They're already talking about Alien 3 coming out as a 4K.
Oh, that'd be great.
So how long is it going to be before we'll be buying a tin 4K version of all of them
all
together in one thing? But the trouble is, I wanted Alien the Steelbook on 4K, and I am not prepared to pay the money that they want me to pay. Jesus Christ, 80 quid, 70 quid. Coming. I've got I bought my 4K slipcover one for I think $14.99. It is a stunning picture.
Yeah.
Absolutely top notch. And I wish I had it on Steelbook. That's all it is. Just wish I had it on Steelbook. I missed out. I didn't have a 4K TV, so I didn't buy it.
Yeah. I can I'm sure that's a lot of people were the same.
It was the transition of me moving from Blu-ray to 4K.
Yeah.
And I was buying Steelbooks. There was two versions. One was a Blu-ray, one was both were Steelbooks. One was 4K, one was Blu-ray. I went with the Blu-ray because that's the equipment I had at the time. That's it.
Yeah. I understand that. So thoughts on Titanic? Is it worth getting? I know it sounds a bit of a cop-out to say this. I think you need to assess what you've heard and what you think if it is worth getting. And I look at it honestly, but this is just me. I look at it, is it value for money and the price? Do you love that film enough to pay a lot for it? But it's that's how it is, I think.
Yeah, what are you prepared to pay for it?
Yeah. That's a very good point. Prepared to pay for a film. And is there a cut-off point? Is there say, I'm sorry, this is it. I'm not paying.
I look at things probably from a total different perspective. Here we go, right? Titanic came out in a 25th anniversary £100 deluxe box set. If I pay an extra £35, I can buy the 4K Columbia Volume 4 set, which has got 6 films in it.
Yeah.
Right? With a hardback book and a whole TV series of Starman in it.
And looks
right, and it'll cost me an extra 30 quid. And you're telling me that you want £100 for this one film?
Yeah, I agree.
Do you really want, therefore, the Titanic 4K deluxe edition?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Really,
because the Gladiator one of equal price, it's 100 quid.
Yeah,
£100.
Yeah,
Gladiator steel edition. It comes with a steel poster, right? It's a poster, and it's made of steel, and it's glossy, and it's gorgeous. But at the end of the day, it's the same Gladiator that you bought 3 years ago.
Yeah,
in this box, and therefore you are spending probably £95 for that poster.
Yeah.
The rest is all that you've seen before. Now,
Yeah.
are you prepared? Are you prepared to therefore do that?
Yeah. I mean, are people prepared to buy something where there's a lot of tat in some stuff that really looks cheap and rubbish that is just thrown in and is considered a part of, you know, what you're paying for? Like you say, these, like the Titanic memorabilia, does it look that impressive? Do you really want the menus, reproductions? Maybe you do, but I'd rather personally have a proper book, you know, a book that might reproduce the menus inside the book, you know, in text or what have you.
Well, then I'll extend myself being here for another 15 minutes.
Yeah,
right?
So we getting through. I love helping out when I can. If I can tell you where I got it from and how much, I'll do. Thanks, Danny. Yeah,
brilliant. Thank you, Danny. But like I say, people like you are the people that we do this for. You know, really.
He's right spot on here. I bet Del had a file of facts.
Steve's a bastard. He really.
I never had one. I blooming well didn't have one. I'll tell you.
You know what? I did.
Yeah.
Can't help it. I did actually.
Yeah. The librarian and me is horrified by filofaxes. Okay, yeah. Anyhow, I'll go on to that. Tony, it's a shameless release. Ian, Killer Nun. Oh, Shameless, the yellow thing. I've got some Shameless releases. I think they've just re-released it. Oh, wow.
Nigel said that, I think.
Yeah. I do like that yellow cover is, you know, the
custard yellow, isn't it? It's custard yellow, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. I have got some of those releases. They're really good. Have either of you seen The Handmaiden by Park Chan-wook? That's an incredible erotic drama with an abundance of intrigue. Definitely recommended that one. Ooh, Mrs. Yes.
I think I've seen it. I don't think it's The Handmaiden's Tale. I think I've seen a film called I think I have seen a film called The Handmaiden. Yes, I'm pretty sure I've seen it.
The Handmaiden. Is that probably a Japanese one?
Yeah, I think
there is quite a few erotic Japanese.
Well, this is the thing. I wasn't sure, but I'm going to look it up. I think it was Korean, but I'm just going to have a look because it's been I mean, I have seen it.
Yeah.
It's just I never know with world cinema.
I know a lot of these films now. There's no problem with censorship.
It's a 2016 film, so we are going to
they get through now with censorship. There's no problem at all.
You can watch it through You can watch it through a BFI player.
You can watch films.
There we are. So I was right. It's South Korean. So I knew it was
South Korean.
I knew it was South Korean. It's a BFI release.
Yeah, and what gets through is amazing. I mean, I've been quite shocked by some of the stuff I've seen from normal things. I like the guy who emerged from a shed and said, "Today I've mainly been eating, from the fast show." Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's all he ever did though, wasn't it? He just came out. Today I have mostly been mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
That's it.
There's some great stuff. Seven Samurai by Criterion is a must-have. In fact, all of Kurosawa stuff, to be honest.
Kurosawa.
Is it Kurosawa?
Not that bloody Chris again.
Oh, go away. Blooming troll. Get Carter is such a great BFI release. I think people just love that. It is
my BFI crown is that.
It's a great film and a great release. Love that Get Carter release, Tony Parker. Tony York says. Jim Down. Okay, and what is your top 3 favorite Doctor Who episodes? Okay, I'll be quick. Quick. Okay, I'm going to say.
I'll see you in 2026.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay. Tomb of the Cyberman. You really done me now. Okay. Oh no, I'm going to say this. Two of the Cybermen, Day of the Daleks, and Robots of Death. Very well.
He didn't ask me, so we'll move on.
No. Oh, okay.
No, because otherwise we'll never get to people's questions.
Well, you can
I
just
could
go
be
as
there
quick as I
forever.
did.
So.
I did it pretty quick.
No, I'll do that another time. So it's not a problem.
Okay. Yep. Looks like Mr. Quilly Aka Spam has returned.
Yeah, he's returned.
Sorry about that. I was watching The Sweeney last night. Such a classic show with so many guest stars. It's a classic. Used to watch it all the time with my mum and dad.
I'll tell you what amazed me, and it still amazes me now, is just how gritty that was.
Yeah, it was.
When you consider
9 and 10 o'clock, it was on. I remember.
When you consider that for years, no, all I'm saying is for years and years and years, the BBC's approach was Dixon of Dock Green and all of this. Stuff, right?
Yeah, and this was like a
era on the ITV side. You were watching people getting their heads kicked in, having their head pushed through glass windows, and everything else in the Sweeney.
Yeah, it's
you know, and I just go, wow! Now there's black and white chalk and cheese.
Yeah,
in regards to what we watch as an audience.
And John Thaw wasn't this genteel Oxford detective, was he? He was a bastard.
He was dark, bent.
Yeah, he was. And way treated women was pretty bad.
Atrocious.
It was really a sod. It was. So Sweeney is my favorite cop show. I must know each episode inside out by now. Wow. Yeah, it is a great show. I totally agree with you. What's your favorite musical? Me, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I'll just say it quickly.
Oh, bastard. I don't know. Little Shop of Horrors.
Here's one for you, Ian. Do you remember the Billy Liar TV show from 1973? I do remember Billy Liar. I love the film. The film is great, fantastic. And actually, Tony sent me that film, Billy Liar. It's a great film. But the TV series, I do remember, and I know it's on network, and you showed it in your collection on the video. I was paying attention. Yeah, thank you for showing that. Yeah. It brought back a lot of memories. Get your trousers on. You're nicked.
Yeah.
We're the Sweeney, son, and we ain't had any dinner. Yeah.
You know what? I never actually really looked up where the word the Sweeney came from, because it was always like,
I don't know why.
That's what they call themselves, right? But you know how it is where a group of policemen is like called something or other, right?
Yeah.
What was, like the MI5, MI16, all this sort of stuff, right? I never actually looked it up and said, who were the Sweeney, right? Is that a group of detectives?
I don't know, because you see Sweeney, I'd think of Sweeney Todd. I think, I
never really looked it up, and I never knew whether it was actually explained in the actual film or TV.
Yeah.
So, I must do that one day.
This is Tony York says, I enjoyed the elderly lady who played Billy's gran in the TV version of Billy Liar. Great comedy performance. Oh, there was some great performances. Thanks so much for the shout out, Down. Much appreciated. I've just subbed to you. I was subbed, but wasn't. Oh, thank you.
No.
Thank you for doing that. And everybody, I've put his link in the description. If you've not subscribed to his channel, click the link and subscribe to him. It's a great channel, and his blog is a legend, which he does on.
I think the blog is what's legendary about me.
It's a legend.
It's like, is he going to be 5 minutes longer than last week, or is he going to be 5 minutes less?
It's a great blog, and his film reviews are great. He should do more, but we can understand why. It is difficult.
I'm keeping up at the moment of doing one a week. I'm doing not too
you're doing well.
Since you said it, I said, all right, I'll try and minimum.
It's great. It's working. It's good. Brilliant. Thanks so much, guys. Sorry it was late joining. No, well, thank you so much for joining us, and it's great. Thank you so much.
Brilliant, thank you.
Yeah.
Like I said, I
Nice,
discovered
nice.
you. I
Take care.
discovered your
You
channel.
take care.
I
You've probably
I
gone now, but
discovered
thank you.
I
Really, thank
discovered
you
your
for
channel
joining.
through Ian, so thank you very
Yeah.
much, Jim Jam.
Yeah.
You know, and I've really enjoyed your videos. So
Yeah.
brilliant.
Tony out. Good night, Jim Jam. Night, Tony, mate. Night, everyone. Muckman Movies. Good night, chaps. Good night. Yeah, thank you for joining as well. Thank you so much,
And
Jamie.
that's the
Thank
end,
you,
isn't it?
Muckman Movies. Thank you. Good night, Muckman.
Oh, we're nearly there. We're nearly there.
BBC had a brief-lived rival to Sweeney called Target with Patrick Mower.
Yeah,
I have it on bootleg DVD. I don't really remember that.
It still really wasn't anywhere near the Sweeney though. I
No.
remember it.
It doesn't sound as if it's
Well, Patrick
really.
Moore was in Callan, right?
Yeah.
For a long period of time. That's how I remember Patrick Moore, because Patrick Moore was going out with Suzanne Danielle.
Yeah.
And he was in Carry On England, and he suddenly ended up being on a Sweeney type show on the BBC.
Special Branch.
That's why I remember
Special Branch with George Sewell. That's how I remember him. But I didn't know he'd gone over to BBC, because Special Branch was ITV. I think it was before the Sweeney. And I remember because George Sewell was in it. Remember, we know George Sewell, don't we, from various places?
Yeah.
And tell you what, Sweeney.
Oh, okay.
Rhyming Squad, rhyming slang. Hey, so I was nearly partly.
Of course, it's right. Sweeney Todd, Flying Squad, Todd Squad. Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. So we learned something on this channel. Hey, bye. Hey, yeah.
Why were they called the Flying Squad? No, it's all right. Anyway, carry.
Why are police called Sweeney? The program's a title coming from the real world Cockney rhyming slang nickname Sweeney Todd, used to refer to the flying squad by the London's criminal fraternity. Yeah. And I enjoyed Moa in the later series of Special Branch. It was a precursor to Sweeney. Yeah, that's right. I remember that one. Yeah, because we used to watch that one and seeing George Sewell there, as I say.
Yeah, I enjoyed my mower when it works, but I have to fill it with petrol, and it costs a bloody fortune these days.
Look, we're at the end. Oh, we've got another one. They were the first Met Police unit to use relatively fast cars in the earlier 20th century.
Didn't they all go around in Jaguar Mark IIs or something for a long period of time? Because that was the criminals' best car that they could afford or something.
Actually, yeah. Now that's something I don't know much of history, but the history of police cars. I wonder what early police cars were like.
I'm pretty sure that everybody was buying Jags. They were Jag Mark IIs.
There would have been them. There'd have been these. They would be interesting. I wonder what the history is on that. Like you say, I'm always fascinated by thinking, early development of car.
I know certain bits
they would have been using.
We've got a company in our town called ProDrive. Right?
Yeah.
And they invented what they called the Cosworth chip. Right? Because Ford used to have a brand called Cosworth. And they used to be rally cars. So you had a Granada Cosworth, you had a Cortina Cosworth, you had an Escort Cosworth, right? And the reason that they were different for the cops is because they had a chip that you put into the engine, and it basically tuned the car to rally standard. If a criminal was using a Ford Cosworth, the only car that would catch up with it would be the police Cosworth version of it, because it had the chip in it.
Oh, right, I get you.
So we tended to find that ProDrive, which is right near the motorway, was the most ram-raided factory in this side of the Midlands, right? Because this chip, the chip holder for the engine, is actually in every car. So if you bought the Ford Cosworth Granada, the chip holder where the chip goes in is there, but it doesn't have the chip. So all you have to do is get the chip from somewhere, and basically you've got the police version of that car. Right. So of course that's why it got ram raided a lot.
Yeah, I imagine it.
So I do know that. I did.
Yeah.
I think the police went in a different route later on. I think they've now got a contract with like Volkswagen or Vauxhall or something now, and they've got special editions of their stuff. It's why people go to car auctions and buy ex-police cars.
Yeah. So
that's all I can tell you. We'll have
Danny
to go
says,
shortly. We'll have to
have
go
a good
shortly.
time. And you can get books on historical police cars, Ian. I have a couple. Crikey.
Yeah.
And I think this is the last one. Worsleys were the most popular police cars post-war. Rovers in the 70s and 80s. Wow. There you are. So that is the last comment we've got. And thank you, everyone. Really, it's been great. I've really enjoyed it. We've had a really good time. We've been 4 hours and 44 minutes on. But thank you so much for joining. And I've really enjoyed it. And thank you, Delboy. Thank you so much.
You know, I love this. I could go on for hours.
I know we both could carry on and on, but people have to go. Oh, we've got another comment. Tell me out. Good night, guys. I'm still awake. Yes, I know it is late, but thank you, Tony, as ever. Thank you so much, and thank you for everybody else. There's 6 people at the moment. Thank you so much, and all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again.